We call on Akua and we give thanks for being here today, for being a part a community that truly shares and wants the same things. Clean air, clean water, clean food, and a powerful sense of lokahi. We ask always for your guidance. We give thanks for this ongoing love, support, and light that we witness here in this moment, within us and without. Amen.
Mahalo for showing up. Those of you who are listening in and coming to us online, and I'd like to welcome you to the People's Community Council of Maui, hopefully the first of many. Safe place where we can share our concerns about our community and have them be heard by other members of the community who are also invested in our community's future, present, and past. So again, mahalo for coming. At this time, I'm going to hand it over to Eddie.
And I thought we were going to hand it over to Donna for the.
Okay, this was a plan. John was supposed to introduce me.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. We're back to the script now. Yeah. I thought we went off script first thing. Right now, I'd like to introduce to you Donna Vida. She is a Ho'oponopono practitioner and an awesome human being.
Thank you. You too, John. So again, I think what I'd like to begin with is to take a moment, all of us, let's just focus on our breath. I'd like to take a moment to truly acknowledge the ancestral guardians of this Aina. And I want to acknowledge each of your ancestors. I come in peace. The Ho'oponopono way of life begins with one's identity. And the beliefs, the views, perceptions that this identity holds. So I want you to ask yourself the question, who am I? And answer it, not the roles we play. Who are we? The core essence. And why am I here today? You know, our ancestors, our Hawaiian ancestors knew long ago what scientists today is affirming. Who we are, each and every one of us, a vibrational being. Everything is energy. We are not our thoughts, feelings, or life experiences. We draw all this to us to expand, to experience, learning who we truly are. The fear, the grief, the loss, the worry for future generations, all of it's real. We feel it in our heart, we feel it in our body, for some even more than others. But let's remember that we have drawn these energies to us. We are not victims here. We are not victims. Even though we have experienced victimization, which is an energy unto itself. Who here among you deem yourself to be a leader? Please raise your hand. Oh, come on. Be real. Put it up there if you're a leader. Okay. Now I'm going to ask you, as leaders in our community, do you know what universal principles are? Natural laws, not man-made, that govern our universe. Do you know what they are? Raise your hand if you do. The Ho'oponopono way of life is founded on these natural laws. So is our Constitution. And any other document that supports our human rights. And you know what's so incredible? Is that these universal principles are coded in our DNA. It's not something outside of us. And all it takes is our choice to activate it inside of us. We cannot control the outside world. All creation begins from within. So the Ho'oponopono way of life teaches us to grow our understanding, to be responsible, to own our creations in life. Because we get to choose what we want to do with them. Love, nurture, transform, release, let it go. Our choice, our universal right. The most profound universal principle is the law of oneness. We are all connected to the same source of energy, whether we believe it or not. We are connected to the Aina. We are connected to the sky. We are connected above, below, from side to side. And why it's the most profound is because it's so lacking. We have forgotten our true essence. The word pono means centered in harmony, grounded in truth. The truth in who we truly are, the truth. And it is also about doing the right things. We all, most of us, know right from wrong. These principles, we may have forgotten, but it is not absent. It is still within us. And simply takes our owning it. We do the activation. Yes, the outside world helps. But remember, creation begins from within, no matter how drastic the situation. So the question is here today, not just for these sitting here, but those watching. Are we in Pono? With our own lives first, and then in our relationships, not just to each other, but to the earth. And beyond, again, above, below, from side to side. This is what we have control over. I'm hoping this gives you hope. Own your own power. That pure light, actually, creative soul spirit in every single one of us. It's time we fully embrace this knowing in us. Stop the amnesia. Stop the fear. One of the best ways to envision Pono is through Lokahi. Okay? Lokahi, that shared unity in harmony. The ultimate expression of aloha. The breath we share, the life force. We are one, whether we like it or not. And this is why we are like connected to the earth, the sky above. Now, who here feels that we are right now, in this moment, in pono with each other? Please raise your hand. Oh, I love that. And I hope all of you out there is also raising your hand. Okay? Because if the balance, if the lokahi is not there, it's okay. We just got to own it and not pretend it's all good. Because our authentic self is saying, man, you are big BS here. Now, how do we show up in the world? Our authentic self or a role? Well, of course, we all have roles. But some of us think that's who we are. They get stuck. We don't want to be stuck. We want to move forward as one. Each an individual, a beautiful expression of that oneness. So the good news is we can ho'oponopono. Yes, okay? We can ho'oponopono. And all it starts with is the intention and desire to make right. To make right with oneself, those dear to you, the community, above, below, from side to side, including our Aida. Again, we cannot any longer see ourselves as separate because separation is an illusion. And it is also used as a weapon to divide and conquer. There is no separation. So we can ho'oponopono. Clear intention and desire. First, we communicate. We speak from our mind and our heart. Not just from this, here. We communicate from our heart. Open, honest communication. No lies, no BS. We may not like what we have to hear, but I prefer the truth. And we do this communication to grow our understanding of the disharmony, whatever it may be. Once we have that understanding, we can accept. Oh, hard to accept when bad things happen to good people. That's the hardest thing to accept. We are not victims. And the thing we need to remember is until we can accept the good and the bad in us, there's no moving forward. And in that acceptance, we learn to forgive. Now, forgiveness is not about setting anybody else free except ourselves. Forgiveness is not about condoning past decisions that have been made. We can make right if we remember who we truly are. Because when we make choices that are not in alignment with who we truly are, we suffer. And you keep hearing me say the word we. we, no one is an exception. No one is. Again, it's an illusion. Oh, you feel that? I just have to take a moment here. Oh. The Ho'oponopono way of life teaches us how we can experience peace in the midst of conflict. Why? Because the peace is not outside us. It's inside us. And we can choose to activate that. And let's become less and less reliant on the outside world for the harmony, the peace of mind, the harmony. Everybody wants the same things. We want to feel safe. We want to feel connected. We want to know that our basic needs are provided for. We want support to grow to our full potential. We are designed to thrive. And together we can, no matter how huge the obstacle. But if we keep looking back here, what happens? Oh, we're going to still move forward, but like tipping toes. We got to do this, people, right? And we can do that together. Hard to do alone. Right, Auntie? We was talking earlier. Hard to do alone, yeah? Okay? So today I'm going to end with, close your eyes. I want you to simply allow Hawaii, the energy, the state that is called the aloha state. This aloha state is a beacon of light on this planet. Since its inception, we have been loving on the world. That is we. Let's own that about ourselves. It's okay to love on ourselves. We all want that. So I humbly ask of each and every one of us here forward, that we embrace, we make choices that magnify that beacon of light that is within and without, so we can all show up in the world, our authentic self, and pay it forward. Aloha. Mahalo nui loa.
Thank you, Donna. Right now, I'm going to hand it off to Eddie.
Oh, well, we are
Going to do the video presentation.
showing you on our timeline. Hi, I'm Eddie Garcia. Welcome everybody here and everybody who's watching from online there. We put this together so that everybody would have a voice here, whether you're for this, what's happening at Olowalu, whether you're against it. What we wanted was a safe place where the kupuna could be heard and could be asked questions, and that you can feel free out there in the medium of the Skype or Zoom or whatever it is, to reach out and ask us some questions. We're going to start off by presenting a film, kind of filling you in on the timeline of what is actually happening at the Olowalu dump site. So kind of, we've been droning it since day one. We thought there was going to be massive amounts of community participation, and then we realized that that really didn't happen. And so we started keeping track of what was happening, and we're just going to show you a short little film about that, and then we will move on to some other things and some questions, and we'll just keep moving forward with that. So we're going to bring you to the film, which is, there we go. So this is the EPA's Ukumahami site, where they took the most hazardous waste right after the fire. It was the first site. So these look like they're electric car batteries. They're brought in, wrapped in some sort of a liner. They're then put into a dumpster. They're unwrapped, thrown on a pit, and opened like a can opener with an excavator. They then take out the individual cells. If we look in the other pit where they're actually taking the cells to, we watch them drive over it with a steamroller, but then we watch the steamroller drive right on the ground that doesn't have the liner. That's called cross-contamination. Those cells, many of them have been burned and compromised and already released some of these toxins into the shells they were taken out of. You can see the bin with batteries left in it that have a lot of material. That was filled up with rain and just drained right out of the bottom of it. And you can see from the pump that's in it that it was just getting pumped right into the ground. The empty shells in the container that has been left there for months now has had high winds on it, has been filled with rainwater and just dripped out to the bottom onto the land with no liner. Are they testing that? Is that federal protocol? The mini excavator that's actually grabbing the toxic material has no safeguards in place. It can be seen driving around the site, grabbing other materials and causing cross-contamination. This is the EPA. We expect more out of them. If you look, there's nothing to stop from wind. A lot of those days they were working out there, it was 30, 40 mile an hour wind. It rained a few days later after this. You'll notice there's no roofs or any sort of protection from water on here. If this is what they deem the most hazardous waste, then what would the protocol be for the dump for something they're considering less hazardous? This stuff is so toxic, we have to follow it to every strict measure. So if this is an example of what's going to happen at the dump and the people that are in charge of it, we should be asking questions.
Could you just imagine if they were around and saw highways on the sacred grounds? How would they feel about this modern city life? Tears would come from each other's eyes as they would start to realize that our people are in great, great danger now. How would they feel? Would their smiles be content then and cry? Cry for the gods, cry for the people, cry for the land that was taken away. And then yet you'll find a way. Could you just imagine if they came back and saw traffic lights and railroad tracks? How would they feel about this modern city life? Tears will come from each other's.
This could have repercussions far beyond what people think. A few hundred yards from our most precious resource, the ocean, and these are the type of toxins that find themselves into the food chain and are what are destroying our ocean. So why are we going to take a chance with putting it right next to it on a cinder pit that's some of the most permeable stuff we know about? There's an underground stream that runs through here. There's another underground stream that runs right through the other side of it. This is all mapped out in fact.
smile, be content, that and
What is the protocol for their leachate? Look at the amount of surface area here. 1 inch of rain is over a half a gallon for 1 inch of rain that of a square foot of surface area. So if you can imagine over a square foot of area here, how much gallons of water, that's for every inch of rain. And those estimates are pretty low because we think there's a lot more surface area than that. So let's put it in perspective. What happens when this all piles up and we get a heavy rain? This was from 3 inches of rain right here, and you can see what happened. Just from this little bit of surface area they had, 3 inches of rain was just about enough to overflow it, where we believe it was designed probably to be up here. We just want to show you what's actually happening. So this is where the water came up to with 3 inches of rain. And so with that, it filled into the lower reservoir. We estimate at least 300,000 gallons of water. So that was on the 10th. Since then, it has rained again. But before it rained again, they were already starting to pump it. They're pumping the water out of the reservoir now. And as you can see, they're pumping it straight into the ground over here. There is no protocol in place for what's happening to this water. Now let's fast forward again. This is the 16th, and there was no more than 1.5 inches of rain. Let's see what happened. They've been draining for 24 hours on this. They're draining it to a spot on the bottom down here where it's just soaking right into the groundwater. My lot next door, 1 inch of rain leaves a puddle for 4 days. It will show you just how porous this material is. If you see this reservoir, now they drained however many hundreds of thousands of gallons were in there, and look at the amount of mud that it left. So now we have less capacity. What's their protocol for all this mud on the bottom? How are they going to get that out? And when they put the toxic material in, all of this mud is going to be ash, toxic ash. They are not prepared to start handling material. There is no protocol for the leachate. You can also see here in the back that they were trying to dam it to slow the water down so that it could be ejected fast enough by the smaller pipe. You can see spots where they're driving all over the liner, and it's very likely compromised in spots where you see their tire tracks. You're not really allowed to drive on this liner, especially on wet, non-compactable cinder. So their pumps have broke. They're still trying to pump it out on the bottom, but they're not even checking that their hoses are all clogged up with sediment, and it's actually just falling out and permeating right into the ground above where their retaining wall is.
Wind's gonna blow, so I'm gonna go down on the road again. Starting where the mountains left me, I love where I began. Where I will go, the wind only knows, good times around the bend. Get in my car, I'm going too far, never coming back again. Tired and worn, I woke up this morning.
It had rained days before. You can tell they just mixed the sludge right into the mud. They added quite a bit more material with it. In here at this moment, I want to say there is about 20,000 gallons of material. This is between the 24th and the 25th. They had just pumped a lot of this material out straight into the ground below it, and that would be to right down here. So this is the next day it rained. This is the 26th. It rained less than 1/2 inch. That 1/2 inch you can see really just filled up in there, and it would have been at the edge, possibly even overflowing. But now they're actually using the toxic material itself as the dam. You're mixing all the toxic material like a tea bag. It has to drain through this into here. Now it's 100,000 gallons. 0.41 inches of rain, there's 100,000 gallons of material in here. So what happens if we get a 3-inch rain? We're in trouble. The math is obvious.
Mountains so far on the countryside. Birds on the wings forgetting their wires, so I'm headed for the windward side. In and all of your dreams. Sometimes it just seems that I'm just along for the ride. Someday will cry because they have cried for someone who's loved here died.
And all the cross-contamination, it's not that it's not happening, they're just washing it down the road so no one can see it. And where's it going? Well, it's flowing right down the road because they've changed the way that the road runs. This wasn't an asphalt road before. There's no drainages, French drains, anything to protect us or the ocean for all this toxic material as they roll in and out of the dump with this material and they're dumping it. And this is the only thing they really have in place is a little metal gate. And then if you look right here, you can see the toxic material on the road, and then they just spray it down with a truck.
Would visit all these islands and saw everything. How would they feel about the changes of our land? Could you just imagine if they were around and saw highways on the sacred grounds? How would they feel about this modern city life? Tears would come from each other's eyes as they would start to realize that our people are in great, great danger now.
Aloha kako. My name is Kawai Rodriguez, and I'm in Olowalu, Kupuna. I've been raised here all my life. I am part of the Kauhui family, which are linear descendants in perpetuity, meaning we've been around for a long time. My mom, Kamaile Olihau, Kauhui, was named after this mountain to my right called Lihaula. And Lihaula is just above the planned toxic dump site. To my left is Olowalu, which borders the left side of Ukamahami Valley. So this is beautiful Kapaiki. The makani, as you can see, if you look at the coconut trees, is beginning to blow. But what people don't realize is the makani, or the wind, always blows in Olowalu. Lahaina is not blowing right now. Ka is not blowing right now. So when you try to put a toxic dump site there, a lot of the ashes or debris will be finding its way to our precious reefs. You know, the Hawaiians believe in the aina as a part of their culture heritage. And the aina is so important. This here is our imu pit, which we used to have our pig put in the imu here. The soil is so precious to the Hawaiians. Now you want to put a dump site nearby? The dump site is only 600 feet from the ocean. Guarantees it'll leach into the ocean and desecrate our Hawaiian sites. So, this place called Kapaiki used to be a place of where the Hawaiian royalty used to come over during the summer. It's right where my mom's house is, right behind. And in front of it was a fish pond, which has been covered over by the state of Hawaii. That was used to be a sacred site also too. So Olowalu, which is a pu'unua, which is a place of refuge for people to come and to enjoy and to be safe. And bringing in a toxic dump site is not an option, definitely not an option, not a temporary option, and of course, obviously not a permanent option over here. You know, as I mentioned, my mom was named after the mountain Lihau, which is above the site. And she told me stories that it never used to be arid before. Lihau, she was named Kamaile Lihau, and in those valleys over there, or the pocket in the valleys below the mountain, there were red ohia trees, lehua trees, there were numerous maile vines, and she was named after that. And then once in a while, the sun would shine on the red ohia trees, red lihua blossoms, and would fleck on Hikili Bay over there. So that's how abundant it was. Some of the sites above there, the pu'u cones, there must have been agricultural terraces over there. People doing agriculture. Heiau sites. There's even stories that I heard to my left in Okamahame. There's rock formations there used as a navigation tool. But the other rock formation was above in one of those cinder cones. So they would pinpoint that the canoes coming from southern Polynesia would know where to come in safely into Olowalu. So in the early 60s, they decided to desecrate that cinder mound by doing some demolition and using the cinder to build Kaanapali. So we know for a fact that there were some heiaus up there. There are some cultural significance up there, and this must be stopped. The state of Hawaii, I believe, has never done an archaeological survey out there, or they're behind schedule, and they're probably decades behind doing a complete archaeological survey for all of Hawaii. So we cannot proceed with putting in a dump site and desecrating that land until all avenues are looked at. But as of right now, I think it's premature to even have a temporary site on the pu'u cinder cones. In the Hawaiian culture, cinder cones or pu'us were considered Pele's ovaries. Pu'u Kelia, petroglyphs. A lot of history over there, a lot of archaeological sites. There must have been other, and stories have confirmed that there were archaeological sites on this one site that you're planning to put the toxic dump sites. As I mentioned, pu'u cones, pu'u cinder cones have a history. Mauna Kea is cinder cones in Mauna Kea. Cinder cones up in Haleakala. And we didn't like it when they were doing some work up there. So anyway, as an Olowalu resident and a lineal descendant, I am strongly opposed to any work as far as any temporary site or permanent site. And then I ask that it be stopped immediately. I've been surprised that a lot of the Hawaiian organizations have not getting involved. I have sent letters to the Native Hawaiian Legal Corporation to do some legal actions, some injunctions to stop this right away. But I guess it's an ongoing process. And I'm very concerned because, like I said, Olowalu has the wind. Right over here, the state of Hawaii has required me to dispose of my cesspool because cesspools have shown to leach. And my cesspool is about 200 feet from the ocean, so I've started a septic system. So Ellen shows the atomic dump site up in the Olowalu pool will eventually seep into our precious reef system. And that have shown that we have several aquifers that's running either on the side of it or underneath it. You know, my grandmother once told me a story that right under that cinder cone is subterranean waterways that run from Mauka to Makai to the beach right in front, near the surfing beach. And she said that once in a while the Hawaiian mo'os used to come down and go to the beach, and they used to go back up into the mountains. As a kid, we used to go surf over there, and then we used to go body surfing that spot right in front of the area they're talking about. And then as we were wading in the water, we used to feel the cold water springs coming up to our feet. We could feel it, and we know already it's coming from the mountain. So imagine all that dioxins leaching into the cinder pit and destroying our precious reef and our beautiful ocean. Mahalo for your time. I'm Kawai Rejiks, Olowalu, Kupuna. Mahalo.
We are going to move on to a couple of these slides that you see up on the screen right now. And that is to invite some questions from our outside audience, our inside audience here. After looking at some of this and looking at the numbers and the math and what's actually happening, these are decisions that have been made hastily. And I think money has been the main things that have been driven by this. So let's look at the first one. At the 49-minute mark in the DLNR presentation, there will be no water leaving the site. What does that mean? A closed loop system. Now you've had 5 inches of rain and you have a reservoir filled with 1 million gallons of water. Their answer to us is that they're going to recirculate it into the pile to keep dust down. Dioxins and furans, heavy metals, much of these are what are known as cumulative toxins. So if we run this water through here, we're basically going to accumulate these toxins in that pit. What happens if we get another 4-inch rain, which is not uncommon in Lono season? What's going to happen in a closed loop system when you don't have an answer to actually get rid of that water or do something about it? What they've shown us that they're going to do in an emergency is dump it straight back into the ground, into that cinder pit. We're being told that there will be testing on it, but if we look for the testing, as if you guys have seen earlier, they're testing with a 5-gallon bucket from the surface. Everything we know about these type of toxins is that they bond to molecules and sediment, which means they would want to be testing where they're actually pumping from at the bottom. So we find holes in this scenario, and we find major holes in a closed loop solution. That's not a solution. We're hoping it doesn't rain enough to overflow it. So I just want to point that out. If we're wrong or if someone else has comments or questions on this, we do invite those. The next one we're looking at here is, I think we kind of put that out there. So let's go on to the next one here. We are told that it's been overbuilt to accumulate 500,000 cubic yards. This is another question I want to put forward to the Army Corps of Engineers, to the administration. Let's get it straight. Is it 400,000 tons or is it 400,000 cubic yards? If you look to the meeting, one of the county council meetings, when they refer to it, the Army Corps of Engineers tells us that ash is equal in weight to cubic yards. But if we look on the EPA site and we look at the information that's put out there, for instance, some of the heavier material, concrete weighs 900 pounds per cubic yard. So they're almost 50% off on their math. We keep seeing all these different paperworks that are put out by the county and the state and the Corps of Engineers. And at one moment, they refer to it as cubic yards. And another moment, they refer to it as tons. What is the correct answer for that? As a community, we should be really asking that. If we were going to build a nuclear facility, we'd really need to know the math. This is just as important. Wouldn't we want to know the math correctly on this? It's also the way they're kind of saying that there are no other options. So I think reading the slide, if you look, the amount of surface area that's there, the fact that 1 inch of rain will basically turn into a little over a half a gallon of water, the math won't lie. I think that we need to look at this closer. We need to ask the questions. We need to get some answers to this, because this is a disaster that is literally 3 or 4 inches away from being a major, major disaster. My other question is, in the testing of the water, they have a storm coming. They tested it yesterday. There's another storm coming next week. More than likely, they're going to dump it in the ground. How are they going to get tests for dioxin and furans back in 3 days, 3 weeks? It's almost impossible. We know that that testing takes upward of 3 months. And so what they're looking for is particulate matter. And if you're taking from the clear water on the top, you're least likely to have any particulate matter in there as far as testing from deeper. So I just want to put this out to my community for us to look at this closely and sort of see what's going on with this. I think we're in the next one here. Where will it be? Okay, we're going to get to the burritos, chimichangas, as I like to make fun of them, because it's just that ridiculous. So you have this 12 mil. Do we know what 12 mil plastic is? It's like a contractor's trash bag. They're calling it this super heavy duty material, which is just not true. If you see in the videos, you can see it breaking apart. When it was going to be called a temporary site, we were told by the powers that be that this would be brought in this burrito chimichanga. It would be set in there so that it could be later removed to a permanent site. So why would we bring it in, bust the bag apart, and now mix it with 3 times the original amount that came? So now we've turned a 40,000 truckload problem in to perhaps 1 million truckloads. You didn't want to take it to Kahului with 40,000 trucks, but now you're going to take it wet, twice the weight mixed with the soil, and 3 times the amount of material. That's going to take you close to 1 million trucks driving on that same highway while there's more traffic on the island because of the recovery. This doesn't make sense to me. So I'm asking my community, if it makes sense to you, then please enlighten us. We know some people feel that this is the right answer, to put it in the Lahaina, to put it in Olowalu out of Lahaina, so that people can get back into their houses. And this one I'm going to say really sensitively, because how many people are going to get back into their houses? We've heard numbers that are as low as only 400 homeowners that were actually present. The rest of them were out-of-town owners, and that's mostly renters that are in these houses. So out of the 14,000 people, how many of those renters are going to get back in Lahaina by making a hasty decision to contaminate another place, to decimate cultural sites, and to go directly against how our kupuna feel about it? So these are just the first things that come to mind with me off of these slides. It doesn't look like we're really getting much questions on this, but I wanted to put that out there to everyone so that we could answer some of these questions. Another part that doesn't make sense in Lahaina, as you'll see on the slide here, is we're told by the Army Corps of Engineers that they're only actually going to remove the house signature, which could be as little as 50% of the footprint on the land. Any of the ash that is blown off the signature, who's responsible for moving that? Does that mean the homeowner is? How does that work? Does that get wrapped in a burrito and brought to the same dump site? Like, what does that mean? These are the questions that we have, and they're legitimate. And so the administration has basically almost used the lack of information to move this forward. And again, this meeting is for transparency, for everyone to have a safe place to talk about it and to sort of like bring it to our community forward and to get some input from all of you out there. So I think that will conclude what's going on with the slides here. And we want to try to hand this off to some of our kupuna from Olowalu and see how they feel about this and what they have to say about it. And then after this, we're also going to bring in some scientists and some folks that have put some solutions forward. There are some solutions that have been sitting on the mayor's desk and on the governor's desk. And in the public meetings, they say they're unaware of them, like they haven't heard of clean harbors. So we're going to share that with you a little bit later as well. But right now, I'd like to hand it off to Ka'io for introducing our kupuna. And I'm going to just step out of the way for a moment.
Mahalo, Eddie. You've done such a wonderful job looking out for all of us in the community. We really applaud you for that. Thank you. And we're honored today to have lineal descendant kupuna of Olowalu here with us. Auntie Thelma Ka'aihui, thank you for coming. We really appreciate you and your ohana and your willingness to be a part of this and share your mana'o and stand strong for your beliefs and for future generations. So we welcome Auntie Thelma. And I'd like to welcome my father, Liko Martin. Our ohana comes from Olowalu. We have our Chinese a Fong Heen lineage there, as well as the Meheula, deep lines that go through these valleys. And thank you for being here, Dad. It means so much. And mahalo for all the work that you have done over the years, from when I was just a baby on the shores of Makena, fighting for our aina. And you're steadfast, and your ability to, no matter what, never waver from that source, and looking out for what Akua has given us, our aina, which gives us all life. And so we really appreciate you being here, and I love you so much. Mahalo. Here you go, Dad.
No, don't be scared.
You help her with that
It's
mic, Dad.
okay,
You're more
yeah.
comfortable on those mics.
I think, and I just met Auntie Thelma last week, and I think to sum up what we go through, what everyone's going through, is in this hat of the seventh generation of indigenous peoples, a good ancestor, you know, and coming forward, you know, it's difficult to express things. We've all experienced that, and although my ancestors, like many of our ancestors, are mixed and come from many, many places, you being the Kama'aina, born and raised here, that it's so important to for me to recognize you and acknowledge you for coming here, you know, coming forward, and I'm just very fortunate to be in your presence, and your presence brings a lot of the kupunas who have gone already, and you speak from them and also for the future generations. I know that in your heart. So thank you for coming here and being with the Ohana. So, yeah, I see that. So please, you know, feel comfortable, like this is at home, and you know, be afraid to share your mana and your manao. You know. Keep talking. Okay. Well,
I just, all I want to say is that I'm just tired of this talk, talk, talk. You know, it's been going on. You know, find a solution, get it off the island. And frankly, I don't care how much it costs. Politicians brought all the things here. You built things, you made money, and now it's all gone, it's burned. So get rid of your own rubbish. Don't bring it to Olowalu. And I do care for the people in Lahaina, you know. You know, I love them, but don't bring the Opala to our house, to our community in Olowalu. When my mom, when I used to rake the yard and the leaves fly somebody else's yard, go get it. You know, like they're flying to Olowalu. That's the way I look at it. And I'm tired of this talk, talk, talk. I don't care how much it costs. The politicians should know how much it costs. Let them figure that out, as far as I'm concerned. I just want them to take care of Olowalu, you know. Leave our land alone. Olowalu is a nice, quiet, peaceful area. And a lot of love in Olowalu. All the neighbors, you know, it's really nice, very nice, calm and quiet. But now with all this, I'm tired of this, you know, talk, talk, talk. I think it's nonsense.
Can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Oh. Okay. So you let me start back or something? Oh, okay.
it's good. They can always turn it up.
frankly, the way I feel, whoever these politicians responsible for that should be removed. That's what I feel. Maybe it's only me, but I think they should be removed. They're not looking after us, the people. They're not looking after us. They don't care. But we live in Olowalu. We all love it over there. Beautiful mountain, beautiful ocean. What else? Nice people. Our neighbors, they're all nice. And this is the only time I met them because of this going on, and I'm glad I did. Huh? Because my biggest concern is I'm older now, I might catch something from over there. I don't know, but and I take care of the children growing up and the family around there. I get sick. You saw the way the burrito just break up like that. That's terrible. It's disgusting. I don't want to deal with that. So you people who's doing that, you take care of it. Not us. You got to take care of it. Take it off the island, and like I said, I don't care how much it costs. You guys have brought it here. Take it out. That's how I feel. I'm sure my parents would feel the same way too. All this beautiful, and there's a lot of history. Lots of history. Yeah, that's all I want to say. Dump it someplace else, off the island. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Just share some of my
Dad.
feelings as I watched the presentation. And the experience goes back to, time of Kaho'olawe. And in succeeding years, where can we go? That's what comes to me. Where does this belong? For oversight, like I say, it came from somewhere. So getting to a place where the story can come out to me is important. Okay, really important. And obviously, here in our homeland, so people are not really free. The process that should have happened, could have happened, didn't happen. Just portions of it. And to me, this is what I'm concerned about. I feel that just like when they had the fire in Lahaina. What happened outside of Hawaii was they had congressional hearings. Okay. This type of a situation is more than deserving of the same congressional oversight that was given to the initial charge. And my little notes over here is saying like, okay, a team. The information he put here, which is available, can go directly to the United States Congress. To me, that is where it belongs. So that the United States and the entities that have, from way back historically, we don't have to go back to why all is occurring. But accountability now and oversight to me is what I'm looking at. Where would I go with this in my experience? And my experience leads to more oversight, And I'm imagining what the congressional committees, even international oversight of this, how they're going to respond to this. Because to me, it's a super fund. I mean, it's like, it's out of control. And you fastly losing the ability, it's a huge thing. So that's where my heart goes, is where do we go with this? And my thing is congressional oversight.
I think they should, all people should see this. Because when I was looking at it, when I was looking at it, it's disgusting. I mean, how everything just break up and they say it's safe. Nothing's safe. You know, I don't want to put up with that. So they should just take care of it now, not tomorrow, now.
So in that
You know.
vein of oversight, I was thinking, okay, how are we going to get there? Who's going to be participating in it? Do we have so that the door will open? Okay, letters need to be written. If a team, I think that this story needs to go out.
Me
you
too.
know, And
Absolutely.
and to straight to the heart. Okay, and I think that, and not like months from now,
It is sad.
but the sooner the better. To me, the sooner the better that this idea of having oversight can be put into motion. Because it's it's just like on new weed in the garden, and thing, deep roots, hard to get rid of. So anyway, thank you for being here, and I really like you. I have a hard time sleeping at night.
Yeah.
It's hard to sleep. I feel personally, feel bad that I didn't respond to it as quickly as I should have.
Me too. But
But
this
yeah.
is disgusting.
Yeah. So, it's not necessarily about how many, it's how true the team is. Do we have the documentation to bring this forward? I believe it's sitting right here. It's not about how many people, it's the dedication that exists in this room and the awareness, the consciousness, Eddie. I can see you and others, and they even, being testifying before it. And I'm thinking of committees.
I want to thank Eddie.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, right on the line. So anyway, I think I've said more than enough for right now. And,
So whoever's holding the mic, please keep it like within a couple of inches of your mouth. We want the.
Not more to share?
no, I think I've put my heart, out on the line of what I would do right now. I'm a gardener. Something happens, you get out there with your shovel, you get your phone, you put your boots on. If it's raining, you get your equipment and you address it. And that's what my heart says to do. That's what my mind says that can be done. And so I would encourage, I'm just sharing my feeling. That's all. I'm not trying to do, and that's where I'm at, Auntie. And I could feel from the first day I met you. When you looked away, it's like, I know why you look away, because it hurts. And it does hurt. So, yeah. And, so anyway, let's move, to something.
So, if anybody in the community wonders why I have been so outspoken about this, people might think it's from some selfish needs to keep my farm together, but it's not. It's right here with just as a fraction of the kupuna from Olowalu, because the old timers don't normally show up. They sit in the back, and we have to take the time to find them and listen to them. So that's really important. I'm going to start it's so amazing, you guys. But I also want to bring one of our other elders up here, not necessarily from Olowalu, but he has a lot to say about this, and it's Dr. Lauren Pang. I think he wants to come up here and say a few words, so we're going to hand him. You can just take my mic right here, Lauren.
You can come right next to you, Eddie.
Thank you. I am not an elder. At least I don't want to think of.
sorry.
I used to be a young guy. Now I'm getting there. And some people say in 10 years, when you're really an elder, you would have lost it. So say it now. I want to comment on a couple of things you say. Remember me, there's 2 points I might forget. One is that if some community has a problem and generated a lot of toxins, well, shall we just move it to somebody else? Well, maybe we could. If 5,000 people has some problem for whatever reason, never mind the blame, why don't we move it to where there's 5 guys? Then less guys to complain. I grew up in Nuuanu. My mother's from Maui. My grandmother's from Maui. Her mother's from Maui. But I grew up in Nuuanu. And above me, there's nobody. Should we just move the stuff there? Nobody to complain? Whoa. We were told that is where the watershed water comes from Honolulu. If we didn't drill the aquifer, we're going to take from the reservoir. Nobody goes up there. So the point is, just because there's less people doesn't give you the right. I didn't know until I went to aid his first farm that was so crucial to the Olowalu reef. Now, maybe we don't drink the water, but it's going to the reef. I had no idea. I dove Olowalu. I see the reef, and I hit some of those cold spots, but I didn't realize it was coming so close from his farm. So once again, the take-home message is, hey, just because fewer people are there, if there's nobody there, you don't put it there when it's going to really ruin a big system. Next is a little bit different. You're going to hear very soon that there's a problem here, but you know what? When I take my samples of the water, it's not that bad. Maybe it's not that bad. First of all, it is bad, and nobody knows how bad it can be. There are too many chemicals and toxins at once in the water. Some people said, hey, hopeless already. The ocean got so many microplastics. This is a form of microplastics. Well, what's a little more? I don't think Olowalu has that much microplastics as what could wash down. But nonetheless, they're going to say, we sampled. And you're going to say, hey, you sampled the wrong pot. Isn't it true, Dr. Pang, that the solution to pollution is dilution? So if you get a high concentration of stuff and I diluted it out, isn't that like okay? And you think about it, that's what we were taught. And that's for an individual person. Look, if I'm only going to drink 1 quart of water, I'd rather have it diluted so there's less per quart of water. That's for the individual. But for an ecosystem like the Olowalu Reef, I don't care how much you dilute it. Now it rains, so it's going to be diluted. Hey, it's being diluted. But it's total amount coming into your area that he showed with brown, the reef. So that thing about dilution and the rain's going to dilute it, first of all, you're supposed to contain the whole thing. But as it comes in, and it will keep coming in, these things will last about, my calculation, 120 years average. Well, that's enough to kill the reef. But you get it, right? If the toxins, whether it's in Lahaina or Olowalu, if it went worldwide, spread worldwide, well, okay, that's quite a dilution. But to dilute it and say, well, now it's diluted to the Olowalu Reef, that ain't enough of a dilution. By the way, there was a guy, I can't remember his name, he talked about his cesspool. Okay, now about the cesspool. Now I know about that. When we use the cesspool, it is from us. You got to lower that waste product, nitrate, quite a lot in order to drink the water. Oh, why don't we just dilute them out? That's good, because we're drinking the water. But that same pollutant, nitrates, do you know how much you have to lower it to not affect the reef, the injection wells of Lahaina? That's why they stopped the injection wells. Less than 1%. When you attack an ecosystem, you really got to get to lower levels. And I don't care if you temporarily dilute it with the rainfall, it's just going to come in. I was hoping for total containment. And I don't quite understand, where's Donna? Yeah, Donna, you remember I helped you set up aquariums look, when the aquarium leaks, you're going to pump it back into the aquarium that it's not leaking but overflowing? I just don't get it. How you going to pump it up and hope that what? I just don't get the math, okay? And besides, it's not your little aquarium. You're draining from this whole basin coming in. But you're going to recirculate. What does that do? I mean, really, what does that do? So I kind of got like problems with it, but I wasn't really alarmed about the reef. I had no idea that the pot to the reef was so important. I had no idea Olowalu reef was so important. Usually the most important reef is where I dive. I dive in Kamalo, I defend that reef, and I live on the Waihe side. I think it's called Kapuna or Kupuna, the springs, at the head of the Waihe stream. And when I dive, I don't see any spring. They said, go in the ocean. And sure enough, it's cold, and that's what feeds it. So everyone, like, I'm only aware of where I go. So I go visit Eddie, and it's like, whoa, that's worrisome. But I'm come to believe, from what I saw in Molokai, that Olowalu Reef is so important. Fine. Then I don't mean to say this, but I don't care if nobody lives up there to complain. Don't put it up there. You're going to kill the reef. Thank you. Oh, I speak as a private citizen. I got big scolding when they said that. Some guy said I can never speak again as a private citizen because I used my position of a state government and my MD degree to hide behind it. I'm not hiding behind anything. Okay, let's have a discussion here.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Peng, because we are community.
On the note of that, just in case anybody has any questions out there in the Zoom area, I think we do have a couple questions up here right now. Has anyone gotten a good answer as to why the hazardous material couldn't stay in Lahaina? We have not got a good answer to that. In fact, we've been told the wrong math by the Corps of Engineers and the County Council and the administration. For instance, that the cubic tons versus cubic yards, that they were the same number, which we know is untrue. That's almost 50% different. So they said they couldn't put it in Lahaina because it would take 12,000 containers. We're looking at a $40 million price tag just to do this temporary site, but yet they're mixing it with 3 times the amount of material. That's what they're trying to do, and people aren't really paying attention to that. It's called dilution. If we take a bunch of pristine dirt and we mix it with the toxin, now instead of having 2 parts per million, it's going to have 1 part per million. These are hypothetical numbers, but I just want to give you the idea of what's happening with that. So to answer that question, why can it not be taken to the mainland? It's not a question for us. That's a question for the county, for the government, for the Corps of Engineers. So we're asking you publicly, what is the answer for that? We've been told it's about Evie, the bones. We know that every single site where bones were recovered, it's GPSed, and it wouldn't be that hard to take that very small percentage that potentially had bones in it out of there. So that's a big question that we should all be asking. The other form of bones there could possibly be would be people's urns of their loved ones that were perhaps in their house. So we are making the call to all of you out there. If you had an urn in your house or loved ones in your house, then you should reach out to the county individually and tell them how you feel about that. Let's identify where those spaces were. And is this real? Can it not go to the mainland because of the urns and because of the Evie? What is the reason it cannot go to the mainland? Unfortunately, we also still have that question, just like whoever put this question in here. I lost the other questions on there. So I also wanted to point out, like, my own question for Dr. Peng, as far as, okay, sorry, excuse me for a second. Cut bone that was we lived in turns back. What is the question? I'm sorry. Oh, that's a good one. Okay, so why are they mixing the toxic ash with probably 2 parts virgin soil, which means they're taking 400,000 tons or cubic yards and they're going to turn it into 1.2 million by our calculations. We're watching the trucks go by every day, 3 times the amount of trucks with fill for the reservoir as the amount of stuff that's coming out of Lahaina. The only answer I have for that personally is dilution. They think that they're going to dilute it, and perhaps when they test the material, it won't test as toxic because it's diluted. When we talk about dioxin and furans and accumulative toxins, this is something I would love Dr. Peng to speak on again, because when more than one chemical element is found, it's considered a cocktail, and it makes it quite a bit more dangerous. Would you like to speak on that at all, Dr. Peng, on any of that? Because it'd be easier for you to answer that question.
Yeah, this has been haunting. I consider myself a scientist. This has been haunting scientists ever since the modern world. It's called the synthetics. Synthetics are kind of like plastics or vinyl or stuff. Okay, and where's Donna again? Hey, Donna. We are genetically set up to handle pollutants, but not synthetics. Well, what kind of pollutants? Mauna Kea, Mauna Loa, when it erupts. You know how those fumes and all? We can handle that. That's not synthetics. That's not plastics. Plastics burn in the volcano if that heat. Well, what is that? Sulfur dioxide, blah, blah, blah. The heavy metals. Have cavemen handled heavy metals? Of course, man. Some of those drinking things had arsenic and lead. And our ancestors, if they couldn't survive the volcanic ash, the wildfire of trees and bushes, not plastics and synthetics, our line died out. And we have the genetics to handle that stuff, but we do not have the genetics to handle modern synthetic fires, plastics, burning rubber and all that. They just call it plastics. We do not have the genetics to handle jet fuel or kerosene. So what's so toxic about that? That stuff looks like our hormones. So there's a lot of confusion. All the microplastics in the ocean, all the life forms, it looks like hormones to them. So how important are hormones? Now we know that. You need hormones to develop sexually and to grow and all that. But there are hormones that control your control of cancer. Okay? And I think dioxin was one, came up to mind like, hey, how come many kinds of cancers? Because it cannot regulate it. Now, someday we might evolve so we can handle plastics, but plenty of guys going to die in that process. And today is not the day. So that's the one thing. So what about the synthetics? Well, you got so many. Well, can't we just, I don't know, lump them together? No. It is a scientific medical principle that when you combine things, drugs, when you combine drugs, all hell can break loose. We often combine things to get a better benefit, but they tell you, watch out for the toxicity. And the first time we saw this was in the 80s. I was out there, and we had to combine two drugs to treat malaria. And somebody said, hey, watch out the side effects, watch out the side effects. This is a well-safe drug. This is another well-known safe drug. What's wrong with putting both the safe level? Well, the patient almost died, okay? Because the drugs interact. And the guy almost died. Wasn't me. I was watching other people do that. And I learned my lesson. You combine two things, watch out. Two things. When you have three things, you don't make a new drug. You just have multiple effects. When you have three things, how many combinations you got? Well, you got A, B, C. You got A and B, A and C, B and C. That's three more. And you got the triple. You got 7. You combine 3 things. You got 7 things to worry about. We often see this with the elderly. Polypharmacy. Here, take all these pills. We say, whoa, look at all those. Has all these been tested? No. When you combine 4 things, what do you got? 15. When you combine 15 things, what do you got? 30,000. When you combine 30 things, the pesticides that used to be used before GMOs, 90 billion. When you combine 45 chemicals, what do you got? 1 trillion. This is why we went to The Hague to talk about the toxins in the pesticides. What do you mean combine? Do you spray them all together? No. They last in the environment and they overlap. So what do you got? Gajillion things. And I think anybody who's honest says, we have no idea how much toxicity there might be. It's wishful thinking to say maybe the toxicity cancels out. I don't think so. Even with 30,000, and I actually said this, if 99% magic can cancel out, you still got 300. The toxicity we look for our dioxins are cancers. How'd you like exposure to one carcinogen? What, 2% chance you get it in your lifetime versus 300? That's 1% of 30,000 that didn't cancel out. You ain't going to make it. There's 99% chance you're going to get the cancer when I give you 300 instead of 1. Now, I say this, and people said I'm an alarmist, but some guys actually from the universities, Duke University, he said, that's exactly right. And I said, so how are we going to do this? He said, first of all, we got to admit we're in trouble here. We're in trouble. And just kind of a black humor, we always say, what's going to kill us first? Climate change or the chemicals, the combinations? And they kind of joke. But the sad answer to the joke is that we'll kill each other ourselves first. The guns and the argument and the blah, 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 and going, it's not going to be the chemicals or the climate. We're going to kill each other, arguing and fighting and fighting and fighting. Okay? So that's kind of sad. What do? I don't know what to do, but I won't even begin to discuss anything, solutions, until we admit what trouble we are in. Okay, thank you. That's enough.
Can I ask you, can I ask a question, just also as a very concerned community member, with regards to the mixed information that they have been giving? And it kind of goes back to that question of why can't it stay in Lahaina? Because one of the main reasons that I've been hearing, and that I wonder for myself, even with other cultural practitioners, different Hawaiian leaders that are in our community that have not stood up to protect Olowalu on a cultural aspect, knowing that it is a pu'uhonua, the whole of Olowalu is that. And this particular site is a heiau with pu'u and ahu. Okay, so that's something that's also very heavy on my mind and on my heart of why. And one of the reasons that I've been hearing is because we want to get the people back into their homes. We want to get them back on their aina. But in my understanding and with what you're sharing and the lack of transparency and truth with what that even means, and with Wednesday's meeting, when they were saying they're not even testing for the dioxins, and they're doing this different pulling of the layers of soil off of the burn sites, and the false information versus the truthful information for the people of even getting back on their land, considering the dangers and how that all balances out. It's like this muddy pool of toxic information. Basically, that's how I feel within the community. It's very confusing and it's very alarming to me that those messages have been put out by other local leaders to the people, using the people of why we need to fast track it into Olowalu, desecrate, and tell the people they can get back on their land when they will be basically poisoned, in my, own understanding. Yeah, because if they're not even testing for it, they're only testing for the heavy metals.
Okay. First of all,
it's kind of a comment question.
After the fire, we got a complaint by the first responders. Will somebody please test the ash? So the first responders knew what they were getting into. We heard from the EPA, they were here, and they kind of insinuated that they were going to, but they never did. So we called them to the table in front of Department of Health, Maui Department of Health, and them, you guys going to test it or not? They said, no. We said, hey, thanks for telling us now. Why not? And they turned to FEMA and they said, wait, it's not their mission. Like, what? What do you mean not your mission? They said when personal property makes toxins, it's the property's owner's problem to test and clean up. I said, that's not true. That's not true. When it drifts into the commons, the ocean and the air, we test. So Department of Health said, well, we will test. And I pointed to EPA and said, you're going to complain? No, we'll help you interpret it. And I said, now I know there's going to be a problem because I know how you're going to interpret this. Okay? But anyway, that's that. So at least we got the test of Lahaina, the ashes. It's toxic. But those 4 heavy metals, yeah, we focus on that. I don't know. I mean, I'm not so much into this, but the unusual heavy metal was cobalt. Cobalt means synthetic fire. We don't normally say that level of cobalt. go to the bottom of that list and click on that link, and you will see all the synthetics there. Now, it's not every synthetic. We didn't have jet fuel out there, but all the plastics, all the dioxins, all the furans, all there. Jillions, more than enough to have a billion things to worry about. Okay, so they are there. But nobody wants to talk about it except outsiders. The university said, whoa, look you guys. Yeah. And World Trade Center, they had so much toxic stuff in there, but they don't know how to interpret it. So they just said, this combo is called World Trade Center combo. Ours is called Lahaina combo. Okay? And they're studying combos. And then some smart guys from so long ago who never got to spoke, he's in my office. He studied a toxin to the environment in the Puget Sound, and it's called creosote. Oh, that's the stuff you paint the telephone pole to preserve the telephone pole. He said, Peng, what do you think creosote is? It's a combo. When we cannot separate it out, we call it the combo. Okay. The jet fuel on Oahu, the stuff that keeps coming up in the aquifer, that's a combo. So they don't know what to study. But let's admit we don't know what to study. Now, why can't it just stay in Lahaina? Well, I hate to say this, but people aside, just remove the argument of people for now.
Yeah.
Okay, so kind of like I get to say something because I'm not from Olowalu or Lahaina. But if you leave it in Lahaina, it's going to go right into the ocean real quick. At least in Olowalu, you put the liner, never mind the people, you put the liner and you said you're going to contain it, but you didn't contain it. So I may as well leave them in Lahaina. It'll go right to the ocean. But if we ship it to the mainland, hey, you're going to put it in a place where there's nobody, and you're going to put it in a place that it doesn't enter the environment so easily. Now, culturally, maybe you're on Native American land. Whoa, I don't know. But at least there's nobody, and it's not going to go into the whatever. We know when you put water into central areas of the mainland, or it's like 500 years before it hits a water source. And by then, the stuff is degraded. Okay, where are they going to put it? There's 7 sites, right? The old mining sites that are so toxic from the stuff we dig up. You should put them back there. So they put back the toxic mining tilings back in the site, put them back in a hole, and then here's some more from Lahaina. Here's some more from World Trade Center. So they got this kind of figured out. But if nobody goes to Lahaina, nobody returns, because it's like toxic, I would still say, whoa, you really leached out to that reef, and it's going to drift the whole coast.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Do you think that there's any... Thanks. Following up on that discussion of, the options we've heard, leave it in Lahaina, go to Olowalu, go to the mainland. Central, is there any benefit to be had by moving that toxic ash to central Maui? Is the soil deeper there? Is it more isolated from the reef? Is it more isolated from people?
I think one of the arguments to move to central Maui, never mind the cost and all that for now, the traffic jam, is because if it does leach and it does spill over and that circulating thing doesn't work, it's going to take quite a while to hit the ocean. And I kind of was watching how quickly stuff reaches the ocean from the cesspools. In a tropical area like Lahaina, it'll go probably 1 mile a year. And Lahaina's right on the ocean. Olowalu's 600 feet, so that's going right into the ocean. In the central areas, it might take maybe 100 years to reach the reef. And how long is this stuff going to last? Probably 120 years. But people are going to say, so what? The ocean's so loaded with microplastics, what's a little bit more from Lahaina? Okay, if that's the position you take, it is kind of bad, all the synthetics.
That's 100 years with no container. If they could slow it down with a container in central, you might...
I'm going to assume that the leach, that when the liners break, 70 years,
Yeah.
that they will decompose before the time runs out for the toxins to decompose. And it's kind of heading down towards the ocean.
So that's our great-grandchildren's generation.
Yeah. So on that note, I'm going to speak on a couple more. Don't mean to interrupt.
It's fine.
Okay.
Just thinking about my great-grandchildren. and what we'll be leaving for them.
And we need to think this way. We need to think to future generations, because if we look at this, I just want to point a couple other things out that are complete folly. We hear about the air monitors in Lahaina. We were talking with some of the world's leading experts on air monitors. And we have a group of scientists that are going to be speaking next, people who have put forward solutions, including container companies, to show that it is actually viable to contain this in containers in Lahaina. One thing that we want to know is that it's never a good idea to add water to a volatile chemical project like this, or chemical signature. So if you have it and you keep it dry and you keep it contained, you have the best chance of really never having it leach out anywhere. Solid material really won't leach out. It'll go airborne, but if we can contain it and not let it get airborne, and we can by no means add any liquid to it, that is so crucial that we need to understand, is that we cannot allow it to get liquid in it, because now we've created a whole nother problem from the liquid that's in it. Now that has the ability to take sediment with it and leach into our water table, find its way into the ocean and whatnot. So I just want to point that out. So as we move forward, and we're going to try to listen to some of the solutions that have been put forward to the county council before all this was happening, and listen to what some of these guys have to say about it. I think we're getting close to them being so I think we're about 30 minutes away from them actually being able to present some of these solutions to you. So I will look at a couple more of the questions that are on here. Is that?
Yeah, and one of the reasons why we're creating this space to communicate is because what we have been bringing forward as a community has not been heard. Our voices have not been heard. They have not been listened to, and we are feeling very unsafe in the hands of Maui County, the state of Hawaii, and other people who have risen to the occasion of being in charge of different groups that have formed. And the lack of transparency and truth is of great concern. And since we have a little bit of time before the scientists are on too, if I may just, we've been talking a lot about the environmental aspects. I just wanted to, add a little bit of what's on my heart as far as the cultural aspects go, because we have more coming up in regards to Lahaina. Like, I think it was 3 days ago that the letter from FEMA came out giving us the 15-day notice that they're going to be moving in and scraping, and if anybody has anything to say or write in regards to Moku'ula and the other cultural sacred sites within Lahaina, you got till February 9th. What does that mean? And who's representing us in that? And it's of great concern. And in this safe space, I think it's fair, because there has to be accountability, and to bring things out into the public's awareness of the need for that accountability to be had for those local leaders who are heading these groups and these nonprofits. Who has given them the authority to speak on our behalf as a whole? That's a question that I want to put out to them. And you're being put into these positions, receiving millions of dollars as cultural advisors, cultural committees. Who's creating those? And really, how is that effective and going to help if straight out of the chute, this decision was made without us knowing for Olowalu, without that transparency and people speaking on our behalf, people not listening to us, to desecrate Olowalu, a sacred site, and that be okay. But if we're going to look at another sacred site, that's not okay. That's not pono. And that's just not okay as a whole. And what precedence does that set for the future generations, that these leaders and these people, these individuals, particularly, I am not ashamed to say, Archie Kalepa, Keamoku Kapua, Alika Atai, Walter Riddy, none of them came to support or even recognize the sacredness of Olowalu. Yet when we talk about these other ones, we're yet to see. We got till February 9th, right? Till they move into Lahaina. And then who's going to stand up for that or not? And how does that translate? It's very confusing and upsetting to me. There might be a kitchen. You can go check with the auntie. But I think these are also issues that we need to address within our community, because there's a lot of the closed door meetings that are happening, speaking on our behalf, but you don't speak on our behalf, and especially if it is not in Pono. And the law of oneness, like you spoke of, Auntie Donna, and the sacredness of that and that understanding, and how things can be so hypocritical right now and so much money going around that it seems like it's polluted the cultural systems that are in there and the individuals who are in these positions that are supposed to protect us. And with that, it protects our environment and it protects the future generations of what we even have and the precedents that it sets to what is supposed to be done and how do we protect in solidarity. So I just wanted to put that out there as a community member as well. I know these people, we've been in the community together, and it's very upsetting. And I have a lot of questions, and I think that they need to be more transparent and not speak on all of our behalf and protect all sacred sites. And that's something that's very, very important at this point. And at what point do we all just allow it to happen or not? I don't know. And I'm very concerned about it. And I feel safe here to say it.
And that's what we're trying to create here. I know that there's the idea to continue these meetings further than just what we're doing today, so that the community actually has a place where everyone can talk about it in a safe space, I want to invite more questions out there from folks that are for this going in Olowalu, because we've heard it from a very few, but we want to hear your side of it. Why is it right to put it in Olowalu? What is the urgency to get it out of Lahaina if we're going to put it in a more volatile spot? I want to point out, when I left this morning, there's some video that we took, 45-mile-an-hour wind blowing right through the dump site. It's so strong that the burritos are actually piling up on one side of it. And the dust is all over in the air from it, even though it rained 2 days ago. This is a common occurrence in Olowalu. It's blowing straight offshore. So everybody is now in danger's way. In Lahaina, you have to have a hazmat suit for the next 3 years to even be in Lahaina. So why are we taking it and putting it 15 feet from everyone? Why are we putting it at a place where there is the recycle center and everybody from Napili, everybody from Lahaina goes there to bring their recycling? Why are we putting them 15 feet from an uncovered pit with 30-mile-an-hour winds on it? This is not a less volatile spot than Lahaina. And that's the argument where we're being given. We have to contain it. We can contain this dry and safely in 7,000 containers. We're going to show you that here in a little while. We're still not to that point of things. So I want to look at a couple more questions here. And I've been put in the role of moderator at the moment, just through necessity. But people are asking Dr. Peng if the water is safe on the west side at this point since the rain. Should we stay out of the water? Should we be warning the tourists and the locals? And how can we get tests like the air monitors? I'm actually going to answer that one for you, sort of, because I've been in close contact with Surfrider and those of us who are taking the water sampling. And we have some baseline tests that show us most of the ash from Lahaina has not washed into the ocean. The soil tack is doing its job. We took some drone footage recently, and where the administration was showing all the brown water outside of Lahaina. Didn't you see it at Ukamahami too? That is bad management in the mountains. That's deforestation. That is the ula, the red dirt coming out of the mountain into the rivers. Our drone shots show really clearly the massive amount of pollution that you saw in the ocean after these rains was directly from Puamana River, Lahaina Luna River, and one of the others that flow down through there. And most of that is red dirt coming out of the mountains, not ash. They're talking about some of the drone videos they showed where they still have buildings on Front Street that are in the water still. What does that have to do with rain? How come we haven't removed those buildings 3 months ago and set them in the parking lot across the street and sprayed them with soil tack? What's stopping us from containing everything in Lahaina site by site into dry containers where it can remain safe for the next 100 years if we don't pick a permanent site yet? We're going to get into that. So I have another one on here that says about 90% of the toxins are found in the ash layer compared to the 6 inches of soil underneath it. Why are they not separating that and bringing that all to the dump together? What it looks like to me is dilution, which we've talked about before. If they mix it 2 to 1, their toxic levels come up as less. But the reality is, in an accumulative toxin, it doesn't really matter. If I have a saltwater tank and the water evaporates out of it, I'll be left with salt. But if I add salt water back into that tank, guess what? All my fish will die because now I'll have twice the amount of salt. The salt doesn't go anywhere. The water does. The toxins are the same exact thing. So as the water evaporates and the dilution disperses, the toxins are the same and they will accumulate. And these are the facts. So like people aren't really looking at that real clearly. So as far as is it safe to swim in Lahaina, I can't give you a definitive answer on that because there's a much bigger picture in that. But as of yet, from the baseline tests, we are not seeing the chemicals from the fire in the water yet. So I just wanted to answer that. We have another one on here that says, I'm confused which side of Olowalu the coral reef is. That reef that's around Olowalu is on all sides of Olowalu. And I also want to point out some facts that were put out, not facts that were put out by the county, that the current runs towards up north. Hello, the tide goes both ways. On high tide, it runs one way, and on low tide, it runs the other way. So where are our facts coming from?
All around the island.
Right. So it's like the tide doesn't just run one way. I see another one on here. It says, I appreciate Hinano's mana'o, but I view Cut Mountain as a different way. Has Lahaina turned its back on anyone's pili koko to Olowalu? I don't understand your question exactly. So I'd ask you to write that back in and get another question to us.
Understand that, Dad, what they might be asking? Can you repeat that for Dad?
Read the question again.
The question is, hold on, I need to find it again. I'm sorry. I view Cut Mountain in a different way. Has Lahaina turned its back on anyone pili koko to Olowalu? I'm guessing meaning with the blood of the cocoa in Olowalu, but
I think so. I think with the question, it's the structure by which we process. Okay, the political structure. Okay, now I'm talking about cultural resources and the administrative structures that are in place now are coming up short with regards to how much how you can preserve and address what is happening across the board. Okay, because we have this goes to the political structure. This is where I'm sensing is what is we don't have an adequate structure to protect, even to address specific concerns of the kupuna in Olowalu. Okay, the political structure is not that accommodating. So part of the problems why decisions are made and by a group is because of the structure. no matter what you would try to accomplish, if that structure cannot accommodate the process, then it's not a matter of someone wanting to willingly turn their back, but it's because they're not able to. So it confines the structure, confines the application or the concern for not just Olowalu, but all where the current is going to take the whole thing. And this is one of the things that I'm seeing as the deficiency in the process of ho'oponopono. That's what comes out. And so we're kind of stuck, we're kind of trapped. People through the political system are trapped. They have limitations of what they can say. Even by definition, that we're talking about, it gets complex. And, but anyway, I hope I've touched upon it. I feel I've seen it happen over and over again, where people are in a political system that they can't go any farther than they're caught in a maze. They can't affect something out of the box that they can, And I don't know. I mean, Dr. Peng, you listen to me trying to organize, my thoughts, but because I deal with it directly with cultural resources, commissions, and entities like that they got their hands tied. And it's very limited. And this is one of the things going forward because I'm looking forward, if what is happening in Olowalu is allowed to continue, then it's just going to continue the same process. So if we don't address that, like if we don't address the options or the deficiencies in the structure of the system of communication, and the transparency, the accountability factors, we're going to continue to come up short. So with all due respect and concern for the person who answered the question, it's not direct, but indirectly, it's like being downwind of something. So anyway,
So yeah, I hope that helps with some clarification out there. I'm going to go through a couple more. Yeah. Just a couple more questions on here. What do we have in here? As a community, can we get help to monitor the ocean surrounding Olowalu? I would hope as a community that we could all come together. I would be looking to Surf Rider. I would be looking to the All Hands Hui that's online. There's a few different places that are set up and are doing quite a bit of water testing and whatnot. I think that we should be asking for more and more of that if possible, for sure, and holding people accountable.
And in regards to that, and a transparent place, and a place where those findings are truthful and shared with us all in a timely manner is very important, because we got to dig deep for anything. And then the question is it really accurate or not at this point?
And that brings me to a note of something I want to point back up again. And again, this is just all information for you all to digest. We hear about the air monitors in Lahaina. What do they test for? Do they test for heavy metals or toxins? No, they don't. They test for particulate matter, period, dust. So, it doesn't have much dust on it and it's sitting here, but the bulldozer's blowing it in your face here. How is that air monitor testing or giving you any sense of safety? There's not much dust on the air monitor, but what does it actually test? Absolutely nothing. It tests air particulate. It does not test for heavy metals. It does not test for dioxins, furans, or any of the things, asbestos, arsenic, or the things that are at hand. And it leads me to another point that I want to point out to our community, because this is a question I have, and I hope you have this question as well. So we looked at the EPA site, and that was the hazardous material they had to take off. And they said, we've removed most of the asbestos, most of the hazardous material. Some of it's still going to be with the ash. And that's what the federal government is required to take off island. Now we have toxic material that some levels are 600 times above actionable levels. The lowest levels are 20 times above actionable levels. What's that mean? Dioxin has no leeway for actionable levels, no tolerance. It means a single particle is already beyond actionable levels in it. So now we have all these toxins that are combined here, and we're putting them in a place that they're more volatile in our environment, and we're telling each other, oh, it's safe to be in there because the air monitor is saying that you're not getting particulate blowing around you. When we watched the Good Samaritan's Purse, and we have one of the guys that was working with them here in our office and in the room here, basically these guys at the end of the day, they would have this black ash all around their neck, right next to their thyroid and whatnot, and down their suits. And we looked at the hazmat, basically in hazmat operations, there is a protocol. If you go into a neighborhood, you get ash on you, your clothes is contaminated, you have to have a clean room where someone else helps you take your suit off. And then that suit is not allowed to leave out of that clean room because it could have particulate matter of dioxins or whatnot. That didn't happen. I have clothes all over my office and samples that people brought me out of Lahaina because there is no cross-contamination room, which leads us to the trucks. Is there a spot where they wash the trucks, where they stop cross-contamination? These are important things when we have these like thresholds that just the tiniest bit can be toxic. So this is what we as a community should be asking those involved here, instead of just saying, oh, look, we're going to stick it in Olowalu. And again, that argument is it's a less volatile spot. How is putting it in a spot that's 5 football fields wide, 600 yards from the ocean, open to the strongest winds on Maui, in a porous area that it's already soaking into the ocean, how is that less volatile than Lahaina? I don't understand this. I feel like you put more of our community at risk. If anybody has an answer for that for me, or they're in disagreement, please let us know, because we want to hear all sides of this argument.
Absolutely. And in regards to that clean room, just last week I was visiting some of my nieces who unfortunately have taken jobs there at Olowalu. One of their dads owns Alpha. And so my son, who's 18, these are his classmates. And I was talking with one of her moms, and she said she was so concerned because her daughter was working there all day, and she came home and her car was covered with the ash from being parked there at the bottom of the dump site at Olowalu. And she's like, well, what should I do? Do you think it's toxic? I said, well, for sure, to a certain degree, absolutely. And that brought me to thinking, wow, what about all these other workers that are there, and they're going back home all over in our community, back into their garages, back into their yards, go wash their car in their yards, all kind cross-contamination happening across our whole island. And really, with all of that was when I was really compelled to work together and to have this kind of a space where we can talk about this, because it's big and it's happening fast. And there are none of these safety measures in place. Our community is naive to a certain extent, because when do we really have these conversations about these toxins and even understand deeper of what it is and how we can deal with them and what we're facing. So if you have anything, county or officials, EPA, to add to this, to look at that, it needs to be done, because this is being spread throughout our whole island, from older generations to the younger. Mm-hmm.
What are the objections to taking the ash waste to the central Maui landfill? And what are the objections on the county level, and what are the objections on the community level, rather than taking all this stuff, taking it to Olowalu and then stirring it up again and piling it in a truck in all those windy conditions of Olowalu? Why not make one smooth move to Central Maui? What are the community objections and the county objections?
Can I? Yep. I'm gonna just note in on that because being at Olowalu, I'm up front and center, and I think yesterday alone, I counted 62 trucks, giant double tandems coming from somewhere in Kahului, taking virgin material and bringing it to mix it with the toxic ash. Their whole answer was they couldn't take the trucks on the highway because of the traffic and safety for everybody and whatnot. But yet you're telling me now, 2 years from now, a year from now, whenever the temporary site is moved, their main site that they're looking at is the Central Maui landfill. So now you're still going to make that 20-mile drive, but you just increased the price by at least another 100 million. Who knows what the numbers actually are on that? You've increased the danger of more trucks on the highway. And so just on that note, but what I want to point out is the county now has a survey out and they want your information. They want you to come in and check, like it was in the newspaper this morning, but I have to tell you, it's a very loaded survey. They ask you what your first thoughts are, what your four most important issues are. And on the second page after that, they make you narrow it down to one. All those 4 issues were just as important to me: cultural, community input, safety, all these things, but they only let you answer one of them in the end. So I invite people that you should definitely go reach out to the county and you should put your information out to them, but in the comments section, you should really make yourself heard and to what your concerns are, not let them narrow it down to just one. Because they're basically, it's like a loaded deck. They're getting, look, we only have these 3 solutions and you're going to have to pick one of these. Why can't we pick taking it off the island? We're going to show you a company that will take it all off the island for $400 a yard. They will contain it and take it to a place in Utah and put it into a mechanism that will actually detoxify it, will incinerate it in a sense. And yeah, we're not fond of, there's a lot of controversy surrounding incineration to trash to energy. But in a situation like this, where you have the chance to get it all taken off and turn into something else, we should all be asking the county and the state and whoever they are again, why can it not be taken off island? Is that because of EV? Is it because of urns in the houses? Let's ask the community one by one. And if I had an urn in my house, I should be able to tell you what I want done with that. But what we have is we have the county and the administration speaking up for everybody without actually giving them a voice to say. So we need to ask every person, every individual who was in Lahaina, hey, is it more important for you to get back to Lahaina than how the people of Olowalu feel about it or the impacts on the environment and whatnot? And also we should be asking, are you a renter or are you an owner? If you're a renter, are you going to get back into Lahaina? And if you're an owner, did you live in Lahaina? Are you trying to get back there desperately? And do you feel safe to get back there? Sorry, that's a lot to put out in that, but I'm putting this out to our community so that we can start asking the right questions, because it seems like it's been very convoluted by the administration that is just saying, look, it's about money. We spent the 40 million on the site already. Even that doesn't make sense when you think about how much is it going to cost them to move 3 times the amount that's mixed with soil, that's mixed with water. Now you have a 1 million gallon reservoir you have to deal with as well. Where's that going once it fills up? So sorry, you look like you have some questions. I don't want to.
No, that's excellent, Eddie. And in regards to the EV aspect of that, and that being why it shouldn't be taken off of Maui, that's concerning when you can dig up and disregard EV kupuna to save EV and ash. And ash and EV are 2 different things. So it doesn't make cultural sense in that regard. And it is really important that that is addressed and a memorial space is created for those who have lost ones and need a place to go and mourn and honor their loved ones and have that space to process their feelings. And that has not been done either. So it's these floating concepts that hit really deeply, really at home. But when these issues come up of we can't take it off because of the EV, well, if there's EV in it and that's the bones versus ashes, then I thought that I heard about a month and a half ago that they had found all the EV and removed all the EV with the dogs that had come in. But where's the truth in that? So there's a lot of questions in regards to that. But in my own personal opinion, you don't desecrate areas with EV kupuna to then save EV toxic ash, which then contaminates and threatens the mass majority of our community's health. And that's some great concern, and it's not okay to just throw that around so lightly. And it's really upsetting in regards to that.
In fact, which again, sorry, but makes me want to touch on that again. Where do we differentiate EV, which is a cultural term for Kanaka, for so where do we differentiate what is considered cultural EV in the ash and what is like urns and whatnot? Where are the EV that we're talking about that would stop us from taking this to the mainland?
Try to put you on the spot there, but
Well, I think what Kaio mentioned with respect to having the time to mourn and to recognize the loss of life and the recognizing prior to this, even going back historically to Evie and the areas where they were laid is, and I'm thinking of Moku'ula. Okay, bringing back Moku'ula. You just have to be really sensitive.
which is on the list, Dad.
Yeah.
They mentioned that in the FEMA's letter that we have until February 9th to submit to protect. But who within our community is going to be saying, oh, no, for that one? Or, well, maybe it's, it's.
Well, I mean, once again, it's in how I have been processing these types of questions is the structure that in my observation historically is insufficient to really give that measure of respect to everything, to the environment, to the EV, and just things are moving so fast. Unfortunately, the structure is at prey. As it operates in that maze, it's not designed to slow down. It's not designed to ho'oponopono. It's just fast track.
Or any
And
accountability.
that is the unfortunate thing. Is even to look at the Lahaina fire in the first place. What happened to the forest? How come the forest isn't going to come back? What are some things that historically for the last 130 years have not happened? All the ramifications of 130 years ago that have laid the foundation for these problems. Okay. And this is like huge accountability measure. And we can only account for so much here at the local level. I mean, this is an issue that should be shared by the entire world, by the tourist industry, by the military, all these cumulative impacts upon not, we are products of the environment, of the culture, the things we eat, the things I do not separate it. I cannot separate these things. So, that's why it's hard time sleeping at night. Because,
Hey, Dad, remember when you were explaining the other day, like with the deck of cards?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I thought of that. It's where we find yourself, first, okay, You have 52 cards in a deck. Sometimes maybe there's only 50. So if you're playing with a short deck, and then you're playing with marked cards, and then the deck is stacked, you're going to come up short, and you don't know what the game is. So that's the situation. So as I'm looking at the sum total of all these things, it's getting back. I get back to ho'oponopono, apology. Okay. 1993, right? An apology is just apology. But what has happened? Have we gone to the source to hold certain entities accountable? That has not occurred. Okay, and that is part of the reason why things are getting spiraling out of control. Okay, where one catastrophe is going to turn into a catastrophe that's just going to be huge compared to the original thing that has happened. So, can it work? I've seen it work. I've seen it actually work. There's a lot of people do not put much faith in
Where?
you know.
Where did it work?
Okay. I would say like on Mauna Kea. Okay, Mauna Kea, they didn't build a telescope. They didn't put the TMT. It's in one dimension. Okay. It has taken years to bring attention to the issue on the outside of Mauna Kea. Okay. Traveling for years. Awareness of not just the Mauna Kea, but primarily my focus was on the process. Okay, so we get to, as an example, to Berkeley, and I'm bringing this up internally in the core within the groups that are dealing with this. And sometimes it's like, it didn't work. That the process was not that important. The process, as I described it to the astronomy professors in Santa Cruz, when they're talking about the interrelationship, disciplinary relationship of the sciences, I raised my hand and says, do you consider politics a science? Everybody went, I don't know. I don't know if politics, I don't know if it matters. So if the process by which these things are happening is off, would you with your telescope, if you're off just 1 minute, you're going to end up in a black hole. You don't know where you're going to end up. And it was brought up actually without me having to mention it by one of the vice chancellors at Berkeley. And the vice chancellor is listening to very eloquent representations by other Pacific Islanders who have had to leave their homes. And she says, it seems like there's something wrong with the process here. And everybody in the group kind of looked at me, well, that's what Uncle Liko has been saying about. Okay? And it's just like, well, how do we address that? We go back to the source and we process that process. I'm a gardener, okay? I grew up born with one sickle in right hand and a water hose in the other. And I'm really fortunate with that experience in my life because all of the situations that I'm dealing with, I have to see it like a gardening project. Sometimes you cannot just go in. You can cut that tree, the thing's going to fall. You got to wait. You're going to do this and that. You got to take, or say rounding up the suspects, so to speak. You get new grasses come. You get things, this one kupuna says, you can always tell what's going to look by the people, by what grass they bring. So yes, it does work. It takes time. I go back to Queen Lilokalani. Why did she go to the mainland? Why did she go to the United States? To look for honesty. We're still looking for it. Okay? And I will continue to look for it. So oh, of course.
Walk up here and introduce yourself.
My name is Heali'i Kauhani. I'm from Oahu originally, but my family is from Kau on the Big Island and Kohala on the Big Island. And of course, we came marching across Maui and caused pools of blood everywhere. That's my family and my family background here on Maui. But I'm here and Mauna Kea. I worked at the Keck observatories, and one of the things that was largely not mentioned was the apex of the water resource on Mauna Kea. So there's a 20-foot-ish layer of red cinder you cannot see but the red cinder all over the top of the mountain from anywhere. But under that 20 foot of red cinder, there's glacial ice. That glacial ice melts year round and feeds the aquifer around the entire base of the mountain, Mauna Loa too. So, and how I saw that, I was sitting up there, I was working at Keck, and I was outside because too cold inside the building. It's like 20 degrees or below in the building. They got to keep it that way. So you're outside because it's 40 degrees, and you're eating lunch in the sunlight. The sunlight. And I'm watching them build a telescope on another hill, and they're taking, and for weeks they're just taking out red, and that makes sense to me. Cinder, top of the mountain, volcano, and I'm seeing this, and I'm going, I'm going to sit down. I'm seeing this, and I'm going, that makes sense. And then about maybe 2-3 weeks later, into the digging, I see the machine taking out big slabs of white and dropping it, taking out big slabs of white. They're in the basement. They're digging the footings for this building. And I'm asking the guys that work up there, the regular crew at Keck, I'll go, what's that white stuff? They go, oh, that's ice. And now I know that there's glacial ice that feeds the aquifer around the mountain. So that's the apex of the water resource, but they're toying with it every day. Why would they do that with the TMT? Nobody brought it up. There was the cultural indifference that people had to say things about, the proponents and opponents. And there was the science. You got the astronomers. I know a lot of those guys too. You got the engineers. You got all the college credentials, but nobody talking about the water. And the water comes down onto my farm in Ahualoa year round, because under that cinder, it's melting. It covers up with snow at that atmosphere, at that altitude. It doesn't evaporate. It melts. It goes into the under the cinder, becomes part of the glacial ice, and then it melts slowly into the surrounding aquifer around the base of the mountain. And that's what's happening. It's the same thing in Olowalu, the water. So you're taking water from the aquifer to spray on top of the toxic material. So now you're lessening the water that I get to use for whatever I need, whether it be drinking, showering, or even flushing. To spray on toxic material to make it a wet sludge that's harder to move and weighs more as far as tonnage is concerned. It just doesn't make sense to me. And as far as this gentleman's question as to where to bring, is Central Maui a better location? Anywhere in Hawaii is not a good location. There's nowhere good in Hawaii for that. And in historical reference is, as far as Mauna Kea is concerned.
So Mauna Kea was it was a place that you weren't supposed to build anything, but they built it anyway. So that was a precedent set. And as that precedent was set in I think it was 1972 was the first spill, the first toxic spill on Mauna Kea after the telescopes were built. So the history of spilling goes unnoticed till now, but we only notice it now because of Mauna Kea and what happened with the TMT being built up there. The Haleakala, what is that? The Air Force. Yeah, their telescope. Yeah, the observatory. It leaked. Hasn't been dealt with. Hasn't even been tested. Hasn't been anything. So that's because of the precedent set early on by bypassing the rules made in order to get to do what you want to do. Now that is the process that I think the structure that you're talking about that needs to be addressed, and it's very hard because anyway.
Here we are again.
Yes.
Don't mean to cut you guys off, but we have the scientists waiting for their
All
Zoom
right.
thing
Yeah,
that's happening
let's
right
see.
now.
Let's see what.
Oh yeah, I think we're gonna do a quick break real fast. Sorry about that. Thank you, Haley. But we have these guys waiting all over the world right now to chime in. So we're gonna take a quick break.
Address it real quick.
Okay, excuse me 1 second. Yes.
Yeah, that is it. Dad, you go ahead.
Well, again, like Mauna Kea. Okay. So here we are, TMT. We're on up and down, trying to articulate an inner course with the Board of Regents, University of California, of which I have submitted testimony over the last 4 years. The last particular testimony was actually down in Los Angeles, the Board of Regents, and you only get 1 minute. And so what I brought to their attention was that the actual site of which I had been and was taken up to Mauna Kea, the University of Hawaii in their management plan, when they describe this site, it says, well, they got other, it's going to be out of sight. It's on a plateau that's 500 feet below the summit. When I went to that site, it's actually, that portion is connected to around Mauna Kea, or a ring of, they call it the ring of shrines. And it goes right around the summit in the top of Mauna Kea. And the ring of shrines deals with different observation points. And this particular observation point, you could see the glaciation. When I went to school for this, I don't know, somehow I got into the University of Hawaii, and I studied geology, which was good for my gardening. I understood. And I could see the striations. You could see the actual platforms. I set stones, so I could actually see that we've been there before. And then my geologic understanding and past research revealed that below the cinder cones, you have basalt. Okay, there's all the way up the Hamakua coast. Below the cinder cones that you see, the initial flows are basalt, which means that all of the water flow coming from the glaciation and traditionally is feeding along the Hamakua side, especially Laupohoi, okay, and into Kohala. So that's pretty much set. Okay, so when the university is saying, oh, it's not going to be any damage, they're actually going to build it right on that the top collection basin of the top of the water source. So in the clouds and everything is going to go right down over there. And actually articulated it to the point where we're pointing out to the Board of Regents, we're talking about a water shortage now in the world, okay? It's like before the rain started to show up. And it's like, it has been brought up, but the main thing was when the permitting process for Mauna Kea for TMT came, I dropped everything. And I figured I'm going to go to the county of Hawaii. And I'm going to ask them, I'd like to see all of the records that when you get into a construction phase at the county level, through the tax map key, where are all the documents so that you can get permits? And I asked them, I says, I'd like to see the records for the Historic Preservation Review Commission. And the place went quiet. She says to me, Uncle, there is no Historic Preservation Review Commission. And I said, oh, really? Well, then, what entity is going to process his documents? So, well, what we have right now is with the same thing they have on Maui and the same thing that they just created on the island of Oahu. They call it a Cultural Resource Commission. So I said, because I've been a secretary, I've been worked in government, respect the clerks, may I have a copy of it? So they provide me that, and then when I look at the structure of that entity, a Cultural Resource Commission, on the face it says, historic, we will nominate, we will this, if we can determine or we make the decision that it's important enough. And I said, well, I'm looking through the thing, and I said, well, okay, where is the connection and link back to our ivikupuna, what we call our kanaka-ness? And all of a sudden, we find out, I see there, that under those structures, our kupuna, our culture, is defined in connection with being a native Hawaiian under the Hawaiian Homes Act. And when you get to the Hawaiian Homes Act, you're talking about apartheid. So right there, the connection to our kupuna and our past and the direction and the preservation of what we have going into the future, not just for our own DNA, but to the world, is contaminated, politically contaminated, and there was no structure at all. And I just thought, I couldn't believe it. Okay, so what did he do? Okay, so I moved that around, and that's why, looking at this situation now, that is, where do you go for this? Okay, and it's like people say, Lika, where are you going to go? Why do you have to bring it up over there? I said, well, ask Queen Leleokalani why she went in 1897 and left a little letter there that 130 years later, we are able to follow up. And we're still looking for that, and that's a massive situation. I would love to see the people who sit on the congressional committees, especially the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability, to listen to you, Eddie, to see to actually feel the comments, the hurt of the gentleman who was talking about growing up there. Because it's not just in this backyard. It's in their other backyards too. And the human beings, give it that much. What they can do, but if they don't know, they don't even have an opportunity to weigh in on it. And in that spirit, I just say, that's why I suggest that. And actually, from 8 early this morning, and for the last mornings, for the last 3 years, I get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and was actually processing on my computer a petition to actually request assistance from the Secretary of Interior, who has the final say over the issues of historic preservation and conservation of resources. And it has Olowalu on it. It has the kupunas of Olowalu coming up and bringing that issue to them, because it's definitely, it's not quite, the house is not quite in order. Okay? And not everyone has gone there, will take the time to go there, but I'm a gardener. So, I got no problem going there.
Me too, Nico. I would go there
too.
That's why we get along so good.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
Sorry.
But just to be open,
Yep.
honestly, in a safe, in a space where the world can look at it.
Great.
And I think the world will start to look at it with some of the attention that's getting on this. With that note, we have a bunch of scientists and people who have put solutions forward that we want to share with everyone. Because for so long, and the campaign that I personally have been on, these scientists have been sitting on the table for over 3 months with us. All of these things you're going to hear about today have been on the mayor's desk. They've been within their office, and they have refused to even take a closer look at them. The only scientist they chose to look at was the lady Brittany, who was at the very bottom of our list because she hadn't scaled it up yet. And all of these things have potential. So I want you to listen to some of these folks with some of the solutions that they're putting forward. And we are not just here complaining. We've been trying to push these solutions and several others to the powers that be since day one. So it's their turn. They're going to come on the Skype here, which I think is going to play across it. I'm not super tech savvy here, but I'm going to. Okay, so we are still going to do a 15-minute break so everybody can get on here, and then you will be hearing from these guys that are waiting to share with you some of their solutions. Okay, aloha everyone. Welcome back. We're back from break now, and we want to introduce some of the people that are helping us work on some of these solutions. And the first one, you guys might know him as a famous surfboard builder and just an all-around awesome guy, Nev. He's with some folks that have some really amazing technology, and then we're going to move through this, and I'm going to just leave it at that. Aloha. Okay.
All right, Nav, you're on. Go ahead.
Okay, fine. Yeah, so thank you for this incredible opportunity to try and do some good. First thing I'd like to say, I am not a scientist. I have the scientific group behind me for the solution that we're going to suggest. And what I believe it's a comprehensive solution that will deal with the toxic waste if it is containerized and placed in a certain position. So the discussion around containerizing the waste is, this, as far as we're concerned, a good solution to store it and have it ready for its now, whether that process for disposal happens a month after the containers are placed, or whether it happens a year or even 2 years after it's placed. As long as that waste is contained, that's fine. Now, I'm going to share with you, I'm going to share screen. So I'm going to share with you just a roadmap that I did, which is this one here. So I did this roadmap, okay? So it's to paint a pretty picture, but at the end of the day, leave the waste, go past the landfill. I'm trying to be funny, but in the top right-hand corner, you might not be able to see it very well, but basically I'm saying take the waste to a place, containerize it in the burn zone, somewhere where everybody agrees that we can contain the waste. Due to the background and the people that in my group, I have all these solutions in relation to taking commercial industrial waste, which is in fact what this is, toxified, if that's a word, crush, grind, pulverize it, but in a building that is hazmat suits, masks, the whole thing. One container at a time goes in. It's crushed. It's then put into a system called secondary combustion reactor technology. This is a system that takes waste, burns it at 1200 degrees, a normal incineration scenario. The fumes and the toxic material that normally gets scrubbed out of a scrubber and then taken away or whatever, that gets sucked up into a second chamber, and with hydrogen gets burnt at 2,800 to 3,000 degrees. At the end of that process, with all the testing that's been done, which meets European emissions standards, in Australia, we're going through the final process to get the final, again, let me qualify the fact that if I use the wrong jargon, please forgive me, because I'm just a surfboard shaper, right? So the last of the elements that remain may or may not be there, but if they're there, we contain them anyway, and they are captured. So this system will deal with that waste, all the concrete material, the aggregate, all the things that would be normally really difficult to incinerate or to deal with can be dealt with this system. So I'll quickly show you, let me just go to this one here. So forgive me because I wasn't really prepared for this. So I have all the documentation to show this. Let me just pull this one. This is some of the technologies that can be used to prepare the waste, the C&D waste, for final disposal. And then I'm more than happy to share this in a better way. But my scientists prepared this for me the night before to show the viability of this solution. And if I can just pick up here. Okay, so this is what I was looking for. So in a nutshell, the SCRT is a patented multi-purpose emissions control technology. The SCRT is designed to clean toxins and particles from emissions, process emissions from incineration and combustion, manage emissions generated from kilograms to tons of feedstock per hour, create significant additional heat and steam, assist in generating kilowatts to megawatts of electricity per hour. This is a containerized system that let's say the 40-foot container with this system established does about 1.5 megawatts. With one of those machines in the facility, container comes in, goes through the crushing, pulverizing scenario under strict controls for all the other scenarios, puts into the multiple systems to then finally turn that waste into, this is basically a schematic of how it works, waste in, processing, high temperatures, all the way through to other things that I'm not going to begin to explain, and my experts will. The SCRT was tested by the Queensland Department of Natural Resources and Mines and assured environmental as the only means of emissions control during the efficient combustion of plastics, foam, PVC tire, paper tires, wood, rubber, lead acid batteries. Now, obviously, that's in every house, in every commercial building, and that's what's happened to the buildings that have been burnt down. Don't quote me on that because I'm not the expert, but that's so we've achieved the emissions control necessary to be able to deliver this in Europe. The emissions control in Australia are far more complex, and the bottom line with this is, I'll say it again, it's a decentralized solution. It's whilst it is waste to energy, it is not a $50 million, $100 million, $500 million permanent waste to energy plant. And I don't have anything against waste to energy, but there is an element of the NIMBY scenario which stops waste management, waste to energy happening around the world, which is not in my backyard. Take it somewhere else. I can assure you that this system being decentralized and small and within a system, taking the waste to an element that is certainly safe, destroying it all the way through, is a solution that should be accepted by the community as a far better solution to landfill, let alone the Olowalu landfill, all that we've discussed. So whilst discussing that, and without promoting the other scenarios that we have, we can also deliver a municipal solid waste solution that that processes, for example, 100 tonne a day of MSW waste. No waste then will go to landfill. 100 tonne comes in, nothing goes to landfill. So commercial and household waste, after the normal recyclables are taken out, so we could have that system with the SCRT in the same building, bringing MSW waste to the same site, bringing the toxic waste to the same site, and the output of that MSW solution is concrete blocks that have 33% of MSW fibrous material that is inert, but I'm told not to use the word inert because that's 100%. But that the toxic, so in other words, MSW waste 12,000 concrete blocks a day, which is about 6,000 or 7,000 square foot homes of concrete blocks a day. That's what the Lahaina community could get from their MSW. This is what the Lahaina community could get from the destroying the waste and putting energy back into the local grid or powering the local factory. And then Eddie might want to continue to give some relevance, or I'm happy to have a conversation with anybody at any time, but with my scientists behind me to qualify the things that I've said. Thank you very much. Over to you, Eddie. Uh-oh, do I have to do that again?
Okay. Eddie is going to address all of it afterwards. Homer, if you want to jump on and talk.
Okay, thank you, Jackson. Good afternoon, everybody. I can't see you, but hopefully you can see me. My name is Jim Holm, and I usually go by Homer. I wanted to mention that I speak from a lot of love for Lahaina. I learned my craft as a commercial boat captain there in the 70s and 80s. I have friends still living there, and we also lost friends in the fire. So we understand a little bit. I represent an organization called Clean Oceans International. We are a 501c3 nonprofit in Santa Cruz, California, working to reduce plastic in the ocean. We offer our sympathy for what you're all enduring, and we respect your need to rebuild your lives as soon as possible.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but we do not have a miracle technology that can treat the toxic ash and render it safe. We're still looking. We're hoping that NEB's solution is one of the things that you really need. For plastic pollution, we promote a process that we call portable plastic to waste conversion, or PPWC technology. While PPWC does not handle the ash, it can convert the plastic packaging and materials that are already beginning to impact the island during cleanup and rebuilding. It sounds like I might be competing with somebody. I hope not. Unlike recycling, at the conclusion of a PPWC transition, the plastic is actually gone. The only technology we're aware of wherein the plastic is gone at the end of the process. Portable plastic to waste conversion converts 10 pounds of plastic into 1 gallon of diesel fuel for pennies of energy, and creates 14% less of a carbon footprint in that process. Our partners at Oregon State University School of Chemical, Biological, and Environmental Engineering and PDO Technologies of Brooks, Oregon, are waiting in the wings to provide you a little bit more technical details about this process. This is not what Maui wants from us now, but it can be valuable for Maui in the long run. Our other suggestion are regarding the cleanup logistics. You may have heard Nev suggest that if the debris is containerized and available on scene in somewhere, that they can then deal with it when they're available to set up their shop. Although Lahaina residents need to return to their property at the earliest safe opportunity, there are profound benefits from adopting some simple changes to that ash removal process that will increase the speed of removing, transferring, and storing that debris while reducing the economic and environmental impacts, which of course serves our purposes. This does not impede the ongoing efforts during the setup and will dramatically expedite cleanup once this whole setup is operational. We also understand the importance of honoring the culture and spirit of Hawaii and the desire for disposition of the ash on Maui soil to respect the remains of lost relatives. Our proposal provides time for everyone to agree on the best way to process that ash efficiently and respectfully. From an environmental point of view, temporarily containing toxic debris in a landfill is a definite concern. Rainwater absorbs the toxins from that debris and will transport that toxins outside of that impermeable membrane during the inevitable rain events, and will funnel it downhill into one of the island's premier coral reef destinations. We all know that Maui's economy depends on a pristine environment to attract visitors, and the highest standards are essential to protect marine life, the heartbeat of Maui tourism, right from the beginning of this process. Our suggestions provide you with a more cost-effective process that responds to Maui County Council's stated concerns about not landfilling at Olowalu temporarily. This proposal reduces the costs and the impacts from handling and transporting materials twice, which also is creating the greatest opportunity for contamination and leakage. From an economic view, efficiency is valuable. Currently, trucks are loaded one at a time at individual job sites in Lahaina during normal work hours, then join the traffic stream to and from Olowalu. Our proposal uses a fleet of low-impact skid steer machines to simultaneously load multiple shipping containers at numerous locations there in the burn zone. Containers are then staged to be moved one time at night and stored until a suitable technology is agreed upon for respectful disposition of those ashes. Our approach avoids landfill. Debris that has been temporarily stored at Olowalu already could then be moved more safely and sooner. Perhaps someday the abandoned landfill adjacent to this new site could also be excavated and past generations of waste properly handled as well. The Central Maui landfill can house a large number of containers that would withstand decades of outdoor environment protecting the contents. The estimates that we heard suggest 400,000 cubic yards of debris, and using 87 cubic yards per container, that would require approximately 34 acres of container at one level, or 17 acres if stored 2 containers high. This is approximately 1 degree or less of the site acreage. When suitable treatment options have been decided, containers can be processed and cleaned inside a purpose-built structure to further protect the environment from spillage. Central Maui landfill is also the most convenient location for refueling these transport vehicles or the tankers that can then serve that little skid steer army that's working in Lahaina. The Lahaina cleanup and waste management, including the elimination of landfills, can become a model for island or rural communities around the world. Of course, cost is always a concern, and as a gesture of solidarity, our partner, PDO Technologies, of which Kevin is waiting to talk to you soon, is offering to donate some PPWC systems to Maui. And these could be set up and running within a few months of a decision. A best practices approach makes the entire operation more attractive to philanthropic support. If invited to participate, COI is offering to work hand in hand with Maui County administration to provide fundraising, design, installation, and operational assistance during whatever time is required for CML land staff to take over the full-time operations. This introduction is a little bit light on technical and cost analysis. In our electronic document that's included here, we include links to our webpage, portable plastic waste conversion, frequently asked questions, and we and our partners, Skip Rochefort from Oregon State University and Kevin DeWitt from PDO, are available to answer any further questions. It would be our honor to assist with recovery efforts. We invite the Maui County Council and anybody who's interested in learning more to send representatives to our partners' facilities in Oregon to understand the scale, simplicity, and efficacy of portable plastic to waste conversion operations. Thank you for taking the time to listen. I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Homer. This is Skip Roachford. I'm at Oregon State University. I'm a chemical engineer by training, and I've been at OSU for Oregon State University in the College of Engineering for 30 years. I have been working in the plastics area for about 47 years. I know I don't look that old, but I am. So I just want to say, first off, that I'm very honored to be able to have participated in some of these discussions that are going on, to learn the culture of the people and to see how important the culture is to the people of Lahaina. Here at OSU, we've done some work with the Paradise folks, and I just what I learned really is that this is a whole different situation here because of not only the island but also of the cultural attachment to the land that frankly doesn't exist in some of the continental United States cleanups. So anyway, I just wanted to say that. I'd also like to say that we are involved in research. So we have small scale systems. I have lots of students. I'll show you in a minute in a brief presentation of people that are working on this. And we have been targeting small scale systems for rural and underserved communities. There's a big social justice around plastics. And we've been dealing solely with plastics. I've worked with Clean Oceans Internationals, and I'm on the board of directors there. I've worked with Kevin DeWitt for 15 years or so. These are people that are looking for solutions that are clean and sustainable. And we, as a research arm, try to provide some information on this to help better design. So that's with that, I want to share my screen and talk to you just very briefly about our system. Okay, so slideshow from slideshow. Okay. All right. So we have I do a lot of work with students. My job, my product are students, and my job is education. So this is just a group of people. I want to make sure we acknowledge them. I work with another faculty member, with Kevin DeWitt, and of course with Clean Oceans International. Here's a quick view of pyrolysis. All right. So all this says is we take big molecules, which are what plastics are, and we convert them into smaller molecules. And in our case, we're going completely to diesel every time. So we want to make a product that people can use in their boats, their cars, their tractors, and their generators. Here's our simple system. It's very small. We do this on a laboratory scale. We built a kiln that generates a high temperature, like 550 degree air. We have a tube here where we put the material in, and all we do is add heat, condense it, and then we end up with diesel fuel in about 5 hours to 6 hours, something like that. Okay, so it's a very simple system. It's clean. We can contain everything. Here's the process. On the left-hand side are sort of cups from a local it's called Dutch Bros. It's a local place that serves coffee and other drinks. We grind them up. That's the second panel you see here. There's our reactor, and then right out of the end of the reactor, we get this diesel, and like it says here, in about 5 to 7 hours. Very simple system, and it's something that we'd like to be able to set up in communities around the world. Just to prove that we actually have a diesel, here's what on the left-hand side is what the off-road diesel carbon distribution looks like. So this is, on the bottom is the carbon number. And you can see the carbon number goes from about C7, 8, 9, 10 up to about 25 for off-road diesel, or what we call red diesel. And this is some unwashed ocean plastics that we've run, and it's about the same distribution. So this basically shows that we can make a very good diesel product in a single step. Here's my partners, and that's all I really wanted to share. I wanted to get through this pretty quickly. What I do want to do is add a couple of comments here. I have watched the drone footage. I've seen a lot of the videos that people have been posting of the Lahaina, of the Olowalu site, and it just makes me very sad. Okay, about what's happening there. And I just like to add that putting the waste in containers of some kind, burritos or whatever, is certainly the best thing that I think we can do right now, so that we can actually start putting solutions together to solve this problem. And we could keep it on site, okay? On site meaning somewhere on the island. I've looked at the burritos being dumped into the Olowalu site, and the reason they fall apart is pretty simple. I've been working on trying to stick HDPE things together for a long time, and you can't do it, okay? They said they use adhesives. You cannot do that. You can heat seal it, which they're not going to do in the field, but that's why those burritos fall apart. It's like, you've ever eaten a burrito, you bite into it and everything comes out on the plate. That's what's happening there, right? That's because it's not sealed properly at the ends. So they're never going to be able to seal that no matter what they say. However, if you take those burritos and stick them in a container, then you're in good shape. Or if you just fill the containers, as Captain Homer was saying before. So the big thing that both Nev and Captain Homer have said is that we need to contain this. We need to get it off the site so people can start getting back to their lives, and we need to be able to deal with the waste not in a very quick fashion, but in a way that is thoughtful, and that we can make we can really use the technologies that are available to us to the best of our ability. And I want to just add, the last thing I'd like to add is that the way I look at this is that there's an immediate need. The immediate need is to clean up the site and to get that waste off the site and to handle it in some way. But in the long run, Maui still has a landfill issue. They still are generating a lot of waste. They still generate a lot of plastics. And what I envision happening is that if we take these containers and bring them someplace, and we set these technologies up in that area, then that becomes a sustainable waste energy consortium or site where this can go on. Maui could be, if they do it right, a model for all other islands that have to deal with waste, not necessarily just from fire, but from just the general waste of a whole bunch of tourists coming in and dumping a whole bunch of crap on the island, okay? And I think that's the way to look at this, is that if you look at the things that we've been proposing, you can have a short-term solution, you can have a long-term solution, and you become a model for the islands about how to handle waste. So I really would encourage you to think about that long-term solution also as part of what you do here when you pick your technologies. I thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to sit in on this and to listen to everything that's going on. I really appreciate the people of Maui, and I hope that we can honor your past and your present. Thank you very much.
I'm assuming I'm next right now. Is that?
Tell you what, Philip.
Kevin is next.
Let me go next because I'm going to follow on what Skip said a little bit, and then we'll wrap it up with you. Thanks, Philip. So, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kevin DeWitt. I'm the founder of a company called PDO Technologies, and that piggybacked on a company I founded in 2004 called Agilix. I've been in the pyrolysis of plastics sector since 2000, so this is my 24th year of doing this. And I'm the first to tell you that pyrolysis is not a perfect solution for everything, but it's a good solution, a really good solution for certain things. So that's always the way it is, right? There's no such thing as a Swiss Army knife of technologies, a technology or multiples that will solve everything. But I think we've got a good group here that can help solve a lot of the problem, and that's what we're here to hopefully do. The community's already been just devastated by this accident, and we want to do what we can to help because you deserve it. So I'm going to share my screen and go through a very just mostly pictures. Let me see if I can do that. There we go, and share that. Hopefully everybody can see that. I think I can. All right. So I've been looking at the chat on the meeting. There's a few people that are pretty outspoken on things, and that's fine. I am never one to not listen to other people. Iron sharpens iron, and arguments that people have against and for technologies ought to be debated in a healthy way and put to test. That said, I really just like when things are sort of generalized at and words like toxics and toxins thrown around, that's a very general term that has 1,000 different meanings. So what we do is, again, not a perfect solution, but it's a good solution for certain things. And Skip alluded to one of the things we want to do, which is to maybe put a technology over there that maybe will serve in the short term with the cleanup, and I hope it will. But in the longer term, it'll certainly could certainly serve with the plastics component of your waste stream and remediating that and getting it changed back into a useful form. So we think we provide a smarter end-of-life solution for plastics. And there we go. I'm not going to read this text to you, and I think if anybody wants this deck, and I send it to the people over in Lahaina, they can look at this and read it themselves. Have gone through a lot, have deployed this system commercially, was successful in working with venture folks and waste management and Total Petroleum way back in the day in 2011, 2012. We raised a lot of money, deployed systems, and they all worked. The technology worked. It still works. Sometimes the economics challenging, and that's legitimate, right? Businesses like mine have to survive based on their profitability and not just subsidies and goodwill. So that's what we've tried to do. We've tried to make our system very, very small scale. I'll show you a picture of that in a minute. What we've done recently in the last 9 years, but really in the last 4 years, is to invent a catalyst at PDO that can take waste plastics pyrolysis and force the end product to be a fuel like Skip's process does. It sort of guarantees that outcome, and we're very happy with it, and we'll be deploying that into our systems over the next few years. Obviously, this is not a picture of Lahaina. This is, I think, Indonesia. But certainly, they had a problem with waste, and that's one of those classic pictures you've seen in the upper right. And really, what you don't want those rivers of plastic or the plastic floating on the rivers. What you want are clean environments and the ability for everybody to have a sustainable way of life. So we always start with why we do this, which is to clean up those messes in the top and try to result in nice clean environments in the bottom. This is technology that my first four efforts way back in the day. This is 2006, 7, 8, and 9 are the pictures left to right, top to bottom. So it's a very small scale technology. The first three pictures, if you go left to right, top to bottom, are individual process retorts. And they're capable of doing 1,000-pound charges and about 4 of those a day. So it's very, very small scale technology. They were iterations. So, by the time I got to the bottom right, which is generation 4, we had a system that was pretty good. Now you've ganged 4 reactors together. Each one's now capable of doing 5,000 pounds a day. That's 24 hours in a day. And so that system that you see in the bottom right is capable of 10 tons of waste plastic processing in a 24-hour day, or half of that if you only want to run it for 12 hours, or a third of 10 tons if you want to run an 8-hour shift and call it good. So there's with small scale technologies, there's the ability to be very nimble and to sort of design and cite enough technology to address the problem that you have. And to Nev's earlier point, where this is not a $500 million 40-acre campus type of technology deployment. This is very, very small. Every reactor that we have can be put into containers and shipped to the islands and then shipped back when they're done. That's the kind of portability we have. So pictorially, that's what we do. This is more recent in the upper right. That was 2009. That was our 3rd generation reactor. And then you'll see again that upper left, upper right is that 4th generation. And then the bottom of that was our first commercial deployment into Minnesota. Minnesota's got some of the toughest environmental regulations in the States, in the mainland anyway. And we were able to put a 50-ton per day, 16-unit system there to handle the waste stream that our client was able to generate. So it's in Minnesota. We sited it properly. We permitted it properly. Air emissions were dealt with properly. And that can be done And smaller scale systems are more adept at doing that because we don't generate really, really big emissions problems. We have small emissions profiles that we deal with technologies that are off the shelf, whether it's oxidizers on the back end or other things. And it's not hard to do. And we've been doing this for a very long time. Again, lots of text. I won't read any of this, but it's a distributed solution for a distributed problem. Wastes in general are distributed. We make them in our houses, in our places of work, and each garbage can has to then be aggregated using standard waste management techniques. Plastics are the same way. That's really the key. Is you don't want a centralized solution for a distributed problem. You want a distributed solution for a distributed problem. The products we make, oil and gas companies will buy them and they will turn them into more plastics on an island economy like Maui or the Hawaiian Islands in general, or other island economies in the world. Probably a better use is to not ship a product back to the mainland for conversion back into plastics, but rather to use this as an off-road diesel additive, or what do they call those things? That's an additive, I guess, an amendment to the diesel, and the equipment will still run fine. The diesel will still meet the specs, and everybody will be happy with the performance. Simple slide that shows sort of we take eight pounds in, creates about a gallon of fuel. If we want to make fuel, 8 pounds in will generate about 6.5 pounds of product if we want to turn it back into plastics. There's always a little bit that doesn't want to cooperate. Mostly that's the amendments in plastics that are not really plastic to begin with. We're pretty easy to deploy, shipping in containers, not a specialized team of people to run this stuff. And I think that's about it for me. Well, here's Agriplast on the upper left. That's where I work. We co-locate with people who already know how to accumulate and acquire and aggregate waste plastic. The middle picture is our newest technology. You can see it's a little different from the old ones, and that's because it's got that sort of catalytic bed in it. And then in the upper right, we've the product we have made, we've mixed with diesel. 25%. Our product is 75% off-road diesel, and people use it in generators and in tractors, and it works just fine. I think that is it. And there's the team. Didn't need to see my picture. You're probably looking at me and tired of me already. But I've got some great people. These are all former Agilix folks. So a lot of experience to bear, and pretty proud of the team. We've got a lot of experience in this effort. Somebody online, I think, I was looking at the chat, wanted to talk about the differences between pyrolysis and incineration. And really, it's just the lack of oxygen. We heat things up without oxygen, and if you do that, you won't burn anything. The resulting product we make is a burnable product, to be sure. It's a fuel, if you want to use it as a fuel. But it's not incineration, even though the EPA has unfortunately lumped in pyrolysis for other reasons. They're scientifically and technically wrong, but in the administrative codes in law, that's what they lump everybody together as, is incineration. It's unfortunate. It's too bad they can't or won't change that, but there you have it. We're still not incineration, folks. If you have a fire triangle of fuel, ignition, and oxygen, if you leave out the oxygen, you don't have fire. So we do our best to be safe and mindful, and if we can help in the short term, we'd love to do so. I think to the other speakers' points, there's not a lot of plastic that's not commingled with ash or metal or other things. And so if there's not a lot of need in the short term because we can't segregate that plastic away, that's okay. In the longer term, though, to Homer and Skip's points, solutions that are small scale that are on the islands moving forward will actually help address these plastics problems because they will keep accumulating. And we'd really like to do something more beneficial with that material than landfill it, which is really not a good pathway on an island, or even ship it back, right? That's just a lot of fuel that's not very useful. So thanks for taking the time to listen. Hope I didn't overstay my welcome, and I'll turn it back to Philip, who's got some really, really interesting technologies as well. All yours, Philip. once I stop screen sharing. There we go.
Great. Thank you for that. Good afternoon, honorable people of Maui. Aloha from Seattle. Losing friends and families, your homes, that's very devastating. You have my deepest sympathy and condolences for your losses. Now, being what is left, what is next is very difficult, and I'm sure there are more questions than answers. My name is Philip Schmidt-Pattmann. I came to the US from Hamburg, Germany over 30 years ago to attend the university here. I have a BA in economics and an MBA and an MIS. I maintain a very close relationship to Germany, and I'll explain in a second why. For the past 26 years, I've been in the field of resource management with a specific emphasis on how best to manage waste, the waste we produce, deal with renewable energies and such. I have seen a lot of injustice and decisions that were made based on short-term gains of special interests and not for long-term economic and environmental reasons taken into consideration, the ones who are affected most, which is the public. To make a stand and create awareness and to offer alternative solutions that are proven to work economically as well as environmentally, I co-founded the Institute for Energy and Resource Management, or in short, IERM, in October 2021. Half of our board members are in Europe, the other half are in the US. IERM is a 501c3 nonprofit organization. We are a team of leading experts and specialists from universities, institutes, authorities, and similar institutions. We bring our expertise and proven track record to educate, to correct false information, and to counter special interests so that corrective actions protecting the people, the environment, and the economy can be taken. We work independent from technology providers. So based on our extensive experience worldwide and our overall scientific economic expertise, we have concluded that as long as we continue to rely on landfilling, as we have been in the US, we will never reach a circular economy, nor will we be able to achieve meaningful quality recycling or composting, waste reduction, or avoidance objectives, and really move towards sustainability. And because of the serious and immediate threat that landfills pose to the climate and the environment, and because little is being done in the public sector to counter the threat, IEM has made the elimination of landfilling, municipal, and similar reactive waste by 2030 our top priority. The goal is to replace landfilling with an integrated waste management system prioritizing the international waste management hierarchy. IEM's mission is to provide reliable research for the purpose of finding and implementing sustainable solutions to society's energy and resource management challenges. At IEM, we seek to continuously develop and use of technologies and practices that will enable us to significantly reduce the human impacts on the natural environment. IEM connects scientific research with business and policy solutions in order to serve the best interest of the public and moving toward a sustainable economic future. And you can find a lot more information about us on our website at www.ie-rm.org. So how we at IEM can help the people of Maui. We do not provide a technology, so we are not affiliated with any of the technologies you heard about today, out of principle, as we are technology independent. We have been involved in the discussion at Maui for about 2 months now, and as we understand, there are two issues. The most important one is moving forward and rebuilding. In order to do so, we offer our expertise in evaluating how best to move forward with the ash, as there are a number of options on the table, and we gladly can discuss those. And I want to emphasize a little bit on the second part, because in the rebuilding process, I think it's really critical that we're looking at not just rebuilding, but making Maui more resilient and moving toward sustainability. And if I understand this correctly, and I hope I say this right, is it Ahu Pua'a? I believe I've heard of that. So the second part is a rebuilding process where we would like to help navigate toward a sustainable future. And ranging from how we deal with a huge amount of waste and finding alternatives to the current landfill approach to replace the energy dependence on fossil fuels with renewables. So for the past 26 years, we have analyzed and studied the US waste management system. The problem with landfilling is that they're artificially cheap. They are subsidized by not incorporating the true costs, such as true environmental impact, long-term maintenance, loss of resources, etc. The only way to start moving toward a circular economy is first and foremost to stop landfilling. The Europeans have passed laws that require all EU countries to phase out landfilling. Because of that, 16 countries have nearly achieved that already, including Germany, Sweden, Denmark, Austria, and so on, landfilling all less than 5%. Germany is the fourth largest economy in the world that landfills less than 1%. The recycling, and they have over 84 million people. The recycling composting rate is tangible at over 64%, which is quality recycling, working with manufacturers to be able to reuse the materials, making new products, and working with farmers to be able to use cross-contaminated free, so no glass, no plastics, batteries, and all that stuff, compost, in, for example, agriculture. About 30% are sent to thermal treatment with energy material recovery, being able to send less than 1% to a landfill, effectively destroying the toxic organics, which is one of the biggest problem for the future that landfills leave. And one of the EU decided to require its member countries to phase out landfilling due to the environmental impacts of landfills, not due to space limitations and other things that you hear from landfill proponents. Landfills are the worst solution when dealing with waste and leave a legacy of pollution at an exponential cost. There's nothing sustainable about landfilling. Sanitary landfills are an oxymoron, meaning no landfill is sanitary. Just an acronym used by the landfill industry trying to justify landfilling. Mining landfilling, which you do have quite a few on Maui, I believe, is also an option that should be explored. To give you a little bit, just a quick background, one of our board members is the current scientific advisor for Germany, moving toward a circular economy. Another was the head of the Federal Ministry of the Environment, overseeing the move away from landfilling toward an integrated waste management system, and Germany has been there since 2005. Another is a vice chair for landfilling at ISWA, the International Solid Waste Association. He is from Denmark. And we have close ties on another topic in the renewable field. We have close ties to, for example, a town in Bavaria called Wildpolsried, which for the past 15 years has taken a spotlight on a world scale and being energy independent, producing over 800% more energy than they consume with about 2,500 residents. The vice mayor, who is credited for this, is frequently interviewed across the world to work with communities identifying ways to become energy independent, specifically islands such as Maui. And he is involved, and entities that he's involved with in Germany are actually working with the Siemens currently on the bigger island of Hawaii to start establishing a sustainable infrastructure. So we connected to them as well. For us, one of our partners is the sanitation department of the city-state of Hamburg, Germany, which have been a zero waste to landfill city and state since 1999. They have over 100 years of waste management experience, being responsible for economically and environmentally managing waste for over 2 million people. We're also affiliated with many other universities, institutes like the Öko Institute, the IFO Institute, all independent. So we would like to work with the people of Maui if the people of Maui choose to do so. We're here to listen, and we can help and incorporate our extensive network of experts and provide a path forward, navigating systems, technologies, facts versus fiction, and grounded on decades on experience work in the best interest of the people. So I thank you very much. Mahalo, and I pass on to the next person. Thank you.
Jackson, I think that wraps us all up.
A lot of them are from OSU College. They're orange.
But I think they saw everybody in Hawaii was wearing neon shirts. So we're going to switch to the mic and to me here in a second into the slideshow.
I'm not seeing any kind of response.
Okay, so I think I'm back up here again now. And one of the reasons, like we've said before, we brought our community together and to try to have these meetings that potentially
cut
can
back,
go
Eddie.
forward so that we can start the discussion in a safe place for everyone to be heard. I'm the sixth scientist to step up and speak right now. And I've faced a lot of criticism from the administration saying that I've been putting false facts out there. Yet they have not been able to discredit one of the facts that have been sitting on their desk for over 3 months. I don't really feel the need to be defensive, but I do feel the need to explain that to my community and some of the scientists I've been working with for several months here, and this is just a very small amount of them. And I want to start off on some of the other solutions that are at hand. So I've sort of put a couple slides together. And the first one is going to go when we see it up there. We're going to talk about Nev, who's in Australia, and some of the folks that he's working with. And that is a series of different technologies, not just one. Like they've used the term, not a Swiss Army knife or one thing fixes all. So the idea of a system of containment, a building that's able to be put together pretty quick with composite panels, and also shredding machines, separating machines. Are we not finding my slides on there? Yeah, so once we get some slides up here, it'll be a little bit easier, but focusing on some of these things. So until we get those up there, let's actually answer a couple of these questions real quick. Where can we see examples of the successful use of some of the technologies that were put forward? As you heard from Philip, you can go to Hamburg, Germany. You can go to South Africa. As you've heard from some of the other guys, you can go to Oregon State. You can go to, I forget, Minneapolis or Minnesota as well, where there are sites that are up and working, and we have already invited the county and the state and the county council to come visit these sites. They did not think that it was important enough to look at these avenues. And again, so that's why we put it out to you, the public. Do you feel like it's important enough, or there's enough that our administration should be taking the time to look at these possible solutions? That's what it's basically about. There are other solutions that are out there, and they don't even seem to want to look at them. And so, like, as a community, maybe if we put enough pressure on them, all of us, then perhaps they will see the importance of that, and that our community wants them to explore every option before we desecrate cultural sites, before we poison our land and water. There's another question on here that's about the particulate matter. And it says on here that the county promised they were going to spend $100 million. So I'll quote this. Department of Health testimony on the bill I just mentioned, working on with the state in Lahaina, recent post-wildfire air quality monitoring, asbestos, heavy metals, and particulate matter, which is comparatively less than what is proposed on this bill, which would cost over $1 million per monitoring station per year. Obviously, we know that's not happening. They have these really simple particulate dust matters that are not testing for any of the heavy metals or dioxins or furans. Again, for clarification, what these chemicals are known as the forever chemicals, and they're some of the most toxic substances known to man. Also, I want to explain that molecularly, if I were to put them on, let's say I drew them like a star, their molecular signature, when you look at them under a microscope, 30 different types of dioxins look almost identical. And it's only a very few experts in the world that can actually compare them and actually notice the difference between the molecules. And that's what makes testing this so hard and so complicated, and why it takes months and a gas spectrometer, and only certain facilities in the United States or in the world that can actually do this. So particulate air monitor is not enough. We need comprehensive testing on this to protect ourselves, to know that we could be safely back in Lahaina. Or so just kind of answering that question there. We're going to get into my slideshow again here, but I just want to see if there's another one. There's one on here. Which government representatives can we contact to voice our opinions, and what are their contacts? And someone wrote in there, Mayor Bisson, mayor's office at co.maui.hawaii.us, and phone number 808 270-7855. We know that all of these proposals that you guys are looking at today, as well as the one that I'm going to go into in a moment, they have it. At a meeting the other night, Mayor Bisson said he never heard of Clean Harbors, which we know that was delivered on their desk. I delivered it to Mahina Martin, to him, to Josiah, who is in, I don't remember his last name. He's one of the main guys in the county. But all these guys have this. They don't want to admit that they have it, and they don't want to look at it. So maybe we as a community, we can really put some pressure that, yes, these options deserved being looked at before we poison our community, disrespect our kupuna and our cultural sites. So the first one up on here, we are going to go into No More, and that was Nev that we were talking to before. Transforming solid waste. We're going to just skip through this pretty quick here, but the machines that he talks about, you can see up on here: sort, repurpose, transform. In order to make this happen, you need a clean facility to do it, so that you're not contaminating the environment around you. There's nowhere on the planet that they take toxic material and add water to it. That's like a no-no. You want to keep the water out of it. You don't want to add something that could make it more transportable through a liquid scenario. So one, we know we want to keep it dry. We want to keep it contained. We want to keep it out of the elements. So yes, containment is super important. And all of these things focus on that. It needs to be contained so we can try any of these technologies out. So to bring it into somewhere and to contain it, some pretty fancy machines there that do some sorting. We're hearing some confusion about what pyrolysis is and what gasification, which is pyrolysis, or incineration. We talk about burning something with oxygen. That's your incineration. So you can reach high temperatures with that. Dioxin actually becomes non-toxic over 2,000 degrees. And it's part of the county's argument. Oh, this stuff is burned at such high temperatures, it's not toxic anymore. Here's the caveat to that. Everything that you see in Lahaina that is not burnt, that is still super toxic. People are unaware that PVC, polyvinyl chloride, PVC is found in water pipes, around electrical wiring, around conduit, in vinyl siding. And so the average household, for 2 feet of square footage on a house, is on a conservative level 1 square foot of PVC material. It actually brings the number in Lahaina to the amount on there, and I don't have the math in front of me, but it's basically 333 million cubic feet of PVC in Lahaina. Linear feet, excuse me. So how much of that is burned at high temperatures, and how much of that can you still tell what it is? If you can still tell what it is, it's toxic. One of my gripes on my farm, all of my PVC pipe burned, and I haven't had any help anywhere to clean it up. I don't want to touch it because I know how toxic it is. You can't touch it, taste it, you can't smell it, but it soaks into your body, into your fatty tissues, and it will stay with you for 5 generations. If it accumulates enough in your system, it will change your DNA. It will literally cause mutations, not to mention cancer. There are no allowable levels for dioxin and furans. Why isn't it our number one testing? It should be at the very highest part of our list to test for dioxins and furans and whatnot. We know about the arsenic. We know about the heavy metals. We know about all that. So again, back to that question. If it's not hazardous, it's considered toxic. We can all take the toxic stuff, but not the hazardous stuff. If it's toxic, isn't it hazardous? Won't it still hurt us? How can they separate that on a piece of paper and tell us, no, that's not hazardous? Wait a second, if I breathe it, I'm going to die. It's going to kill my kid. That's not hazardous? So there needs to be some serious discussion about this lingo that's out there, because hazardous is hazardous. I don't care if it's toxic or hazard it is. So, and we need to treat it that way. We know what's in it. So we're still talking about Neb's solution here. And like I said, this is a multitude of technologies that all work together. Sort it, split it, chop it. We're also talking with the other teams and all the other technologies that are available to do this, but they all come down to one thing: containing it. Nev process also turns it into nanoparticles, which then can be sealed in concrete. and are basically pretty harmless to the environment and can be used as building materials. Wow, we have to ship in all of our building materials nowadays, and we're chopping down trees to do it. Why wouldn't we turn our trash into houses? Who's going to throw a house away? I mean, it's like, seriously, there's so many answers that are potentially available with us for looking at some of these solutions. Why would we turn a blind eye to it and say, no, we're not even going to look at it? So we're going to skip past here now. These are some of the nanoparticles that they create with one of the NEV solutions. And some of that they're actually showing through years down the road can actually grow plants and whatnot in it. Some of the areas also, NEV also builds these amazing houses that are hurricane proof. They've been put all over the world. They encapsulate some of the material, make it into panels, and now you have a building solution to perhaps rebuild Lahaina as well. So that's just within those solutions and the people that he's working with. And then we're going to get to the big one that, I say the big one because we've all been told it can't be taken off island. We've been told by FEMA that it is a $4 billion price tag. This is on their material. We have it here somewhere, but you can find it on the county slides. They basically say a $4 billion problem. Well, if it's a $4 billion problem for FEMA, then how come Clean Harbors has a proposal on their desk right now? In fact, this is the email to Lemomi and myself and all of us in the group. And this has already been delivered to the mayor's office, to the Corps of Engineers, everybody, 100 people on this list were all emailed this, and we have receipts that they have it. So basically they're saying, look, we will remove all of this material, containerize it, put it on a boat, and take it to Utah and burn it in an incinerator. Not only that, besides an incinerator, they have other technologies. These are one of the largest waste disposal companies in America. And they've said, look, for $400 a yard, we will take it all off the island and get it taken care of properly. Why are we not doing that, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Governor, County? Why are we not doing that? We've heard the excuse of EV, and with all due respect, we want to define what exactly that means right now. Why can we not ship this to the mainland when we have a company that will do it for $160 million? That's less than 4% of a $4 billion price tag. Are you telling me my children and my grandchildren are not worth $4 billion? They're not worth $160 million? They're not worth you taking the time to look at and actually just entertain the thought for us as a community when we've been asking you why we can't take it somewhere else? So if there's a reason culturally that we can't take it somewhere else, then we want to hear from you. If you're out there right now, whoever you are, then explain to us the difference between the EV, the difference between the urns, and what stops us from taking it to the mainland. Is it respectful to our ancestors to put them in a pit, roll them over with bulldozers, contaminate non-contaminated Aina, and then let it seep into the ocean and blow into the air on another community? I don't think one wrong or one justifies another. So I asked this question seriously to my community, and I think we're all asking this question. So that's something that has to be answered. So these guys at Clean Harbors, these are big players in this, and they just need the county to get back in touch with them and acknowledge these proposal have been put on their desk, and they've been waiting now for weeks for them just to answer them. And so they can give them more comprehensive reports and bring it back down to the exact numbers. But their rough estimates put it about $160 million. A $40 million landfill that the county is telling us is the answer at Olowalu, which they're now combining with 3 times the amount of material. How much does it cost to bring the 50 trucks a day, and where is that material coming from? This is another county for the question for the county. Where are you bringing this material that's coming in as clean dirt, mixing it with some of the most toxic materials known to man, and then saying you're going to move it again? So like, does that make any sense anywhere? To me, it doesn't. So I'm asking you, everyone out there in the group, we want your input in this, and we want to know how this makes sense. So I personally believe, and most of the scientists on this panel have said the same thing. Wow, if Clean Harbors can do that, then what are we even having this conversation for? I don't understand it. I'm asking you, the community, everyone that. And so let's go on a little bit to These guys are included in bulk waste disposal. Let the slides speak for themselves. I've been talking all day, sorry. Wastewater treatment landfill. This right here, PCB. We're pretty aware of what those are. That's what is in plastics that turns into dioxins and furans and whatnot. Some of these chemicals that are found in these plastics that mimic hormones in nature and all sorts of other things, when they're heated up at low temperatures and they're not completely destroyed at high temperatures, that's how those things are around. So there are chambers that are made to deal with that. They could take all the super contaminated material, burn it at 2200 degrees, and turn it back into a carbon molecule. So these technologies do exist. They're put down a lot because people are constantly trying to use the term waste to energy. And the problem with that is economics. It's not economically viable to burn waste for energy. But now let's look at a situation where a whole town has burned. Who cares if it's economically viable or not to turn it into energy? Take 2/3 of a loss and take a third back in energy and get rid of a problem. It just doesn't seem like people have their thinking caps on right now. So it seems like these decisions have been made hastily around money. We know that the Olowalu dump was pushed through. They started construction on it in the very beginning of December. No one knew about it or would have known about it if we didn't drone and take the shots for it. And they were supposed to start dumping on the 6th of January. So it would have all been under the table before people even got back from vacation. Most of the people we tried to reach to in this time were out of the office. All of the people that were in charge. So that's like very convenient for them. And again, I'm not trying to be here to bash on the county or to bash on the state. I'm just trying to say we're looking for answers. And if we can ask this as a community, then don't we deserve to at least be listened to? And instead of being ostracized and trying to pit us and our community against us because we're complaining against. So for me, I look at it like this. There's a semi. It's getting ready to run my friend's grandkid over. Wouldn't I yell to someone to stop the truck from running him over? Of course I would. But does that mean I need to come up with a solution and make a new road so trucks went and ran over my grandkid? That's the county's job. That's the state's job. That's what we depend on our leaders for. And in this case in Lahaina, we haven't really been able to depend on our leaders. We've had to depend on each other. And so that's why myself, I've stepped up to sort of push this to my community, and not alone. And I haven't spoken anything that I know doesn't echo strongly through all of my kupuna and all of my neighbors around me in the community. So again, if you have some logic for this and you're out there, then please share it with us. Bring it to the table right now. Let us all talk about it and see why it's a good idea to put it in Lahaina. In Olowalu. Why is it a good idea to mix it with 3 times the amount of material and mix it with precious water? Kawai, that's his name, the water. So, why would we mix it with water? Why would we mix it with Aina and make 3 times the problem, but use the excuses that we can't move it because 400,000 tons or cubic yards is already too much? So why would we triple it? It just doesn't make sense at all. And so that's why I've been very vocal about this. So now we have the Clean Harbors, we have NEV, we have the Clean Oceans, and there's a lot of others out there that we just haven't had the time to get to everyone. And the county, if I can spend $40,000 on a document and put it out there to my community, all facts, and then the county, rather than actually reading it, can tell the community that it's not true, that they're not facts. That's when we're in a dangerous situation with our leaders, you know what I mean, and the people that represent us. So that's why, again, these meetings are important for us as a community to come together and not just get 3 minutes like we do in a county council. That's what we get. If we start something here, we can all come and speak as long as we need to so that we are heard and that we can voice our concerns. And perhaps they'll have enough sense, and hopefully they tune into this. They've been given the links to this. They were all invited. Not one of them showed up. It tells me they don't really care what we have to say. So as a community, I think that we all need to come together and we need to make our voices heard. So let's go on to past Clean Oceans, Clean Harbors. We talk about containerization. putting all of our material in one place and containing it in a safe area where it doesn't get wet. There's baling technology. When I was in South Africa, I watched them put something in an avocado sort of a container, spin it with plastic wrap around it, and they were bonding toxic material and stuffing it in containers for a problem that existed there. So I know personally, I've seen it. So now we're putting it to other folks. This is some baling technology here. It's a fraction of landfilling. And some of the other companies can still use what it's wrapped in and turn it into fuel. Containers. County told us that there's no way we could put it in containers. They told us it would take 40 acres and 12,000 containers. Well, guess what? Their math is wrong. And we've proven this beyond the shadow of a doubt. For the amount of material, if it is in fact 400,000 cubic yards, it will sit in 7,000 containers. 7,000 45-foot containers, which we have been in talks with Matson, Pasha. These guys are ready to step up. They're ready to make these containers available. Why is the county so against this? Why do they not want to? They're using every excuse in the world to put it in the landfill instead of contain it. So look at this scenario right here where you see the containers. What is that? 4 containers high? You heard those guys say earlier that it would take 17 acres with only 2 containers high. With 4 containers high, it'll take less than 10 acres. So there you go. On their facts, it'll take 40 acres. It'll take 12,000 containers. These are just not the facts. So let's stick to the facts if we're going to decide whether we can contain it or not. So I want to put this out to the community that we can contain this in containers. We have everything that's needed to be done to do it. They just need to change their approach. If it's in containers, it stays dry. It stays in a safe place. And if we didn't get to it for 10 years, when technology got even better, we'd still be in a better place than poisoning Olowalu, disrespecting our kupuna, and still setting the stage for the mistakes that have been made for generations. When are we going to wake up? Maka'ala, open our eyes, open our ears, and try to look to the future to change the mistakes that have been made for centuries, generations. We've just done the same thing over and over and over again. We're at the stage where we need to wake up, we need to look forward, and we need to embrace technology and the savvy that does exist in this day and age. We're in the 21st century. Let's act like it. Let's not see what we looked at the EPA video. Do we expect more out of them? Do we expect them to stuff it in garbage cans in the wind? Or did we expect some serious high-tech equipment to come in and deal with this because it's our government and the EPA? That's not what happened. So, yeah, I'm just going to leave it on that for my community, and hopefully you guys can chime in. I don't know if there's any other questions that came in. Well, there's a good question that came in. How should we respond to the survey the county is asking everyone to choose from the 3 proposal final dump sites? Should we write in clean harbors as the fourth solution? Yes, you should write in clean harbors as the fourth solution. You should write in containment in Lahaina as the fourth solution. And you should ask, why can it not go off island? This is very confusing. And if you're saying one entity says that, then let's ask all the entities. Let's all get together and say, okay, why can it not go to the mainland? How is that any more disrespectful than sticking it in a pit, bulldozing it, putting it in the water, and letting it leak into the ocean? I'm at a loss for words for this, to why that would, so I think we have to ask that. We have to ask, why can it not be put in containers and shipped to the mainland? How is that disrespecting, and who is it disrespecting? That's a question. Yeah.
Well, and where is the $4 billion bid coming from? My understanding is that FEMA and the EPA have subcontracted. My understanding is that FEMA and the EPA have subcontracted with the Army Corps of Engineers, who then subcontracts with Tetra Tech, a sole source provider, not a competitive bid process, out of the Army Corps of Engineers. So it does beg the question, why? And I think that is potentially an underlying reason why they may have entered into a contract that is actually exponentially higher than what's available to us today, because it's a sole source subcontracting.
And that brings me back to Auntie Thelma over here. I'm going to give the mic because she's going to say, follow the money.
Follow the money. That's where it's at. It's whoever got the money, that's where it's at. So we have money, but they're hiding the money. All politicians.
I did want to also say that I did speak with Logan Graves myself about the Clean Harbors proposal, and he did say that they're willing to work with whatever contracts are in place on the island as well. Because I was trying to think of every roadblock that they might come up with to the proposal.
If they're saying it's going to take 40 acres for containers, how do you think that little hole in Olowalu is going to hold all that?
So Brandon has a question back there, and he said if they're thinking it's going to take if it's going to take 40 acres to contain it in containers, then how come they can stuff it in a 5-acre hole in Olowalu? The math is seriously lacking here on economic, on so many other levels. So I'm going to hand the microphone to another brilliant lady here.
Mahalo. My name's Tamara Farnsworth. I used to work with the county. I was in environmental management. I was the head of Environmental Protection and Sustainability Division. I do have quite a bit of understanding of waste management and disaster debris management. I have a lot of training, and we did actually run the recycling programs and composting, et cetera. I have a lot of answers that I know for myself, as well as the agencies have answered a lot of the questions that are being asked today. My intention is to ensure that that facts that are being presented are indeed facts, and to help to just bring as much understanding as possible to this situation. I did just raise my hand specifically because you asked about the 400,000 and how can that be contained in the TDS, which is what you guys are calling the Olowalu dump, the technical, or what they're calling it is the Olowalu TDS, temporary debris storage site. But the reason is, the basic reason is because that you cannot get the full 1,000, I believe, cubic yards into a container. They were estimating, I don't know where the 87 came from, but they were estimating 33 yards per container is what can be put into the container. And so that's why it would be just more space, airspace in the container, whereas they're just compacting. So that's the one answer to that. But while I'm on the mic, I just want to speak to the 400,000 cubic yards versus 400,000 tons and why they're doing a 1-to-1 ratio. And the reason is because the ash may be about 900 or so pounds per cubic yard. But what they're saying is that over the last several fires, the data that has come through that is the ratio does end up being about 1-to-1 because ash and debris is mixed. And this is averaged out that generally it's 1-to-1 cubic yard to 1 ton, because I had that question too. So, and then they did after, there were 7 hours of testimony, that one drip meeting that we were all at, I think. There were 5 hours of discussion and questions being answered. And, the council a lot of times was hammering the agencies with these questions. And so they did their best to answer them. And so that was one of the answers. Now it's up to us. Do we believe that or not? And that I think is about trust. And it's about, that's what is it about? In that case, I listened to them. I understood what they were saying about the math, and I do believe that. And it makes sense to me. So I'm just speaking to that. I was saying earlier, I'm just going to say this too now, that I actually didn't feel safe speaking because I have some different perspectives on some of this. And like I said, my intention is to just try to really drill down to what the facts really are. And I think that there are real risks. And what we're risking is really, really important. The marine environment and the Olowalu Reef is so very precious, and we do not want to risk harming it in any way. We do not want to risk harming the kupuna and the people of Olowalu or anyone. And so from where I'm coming from, I think it's just really important that for me, I want us to be able to focus on if there's a problem, how do we handle it? How can we put into place the best monitoring, the best protections, so that what we're afraid of doesn't happen, so that what we're afraid of, people getting sick, any of the contaminants being carried to the ocean or being carried in the air. That's what I think, environmentally speaking, what we're most concerned about. Culturally speaking, I cannot speak about that. I do believe it's a desecration, and it's horrible. And it's horrible that folks were not consulted with. The people of Olowalu were not talked to about this. And I think that's horrible. And it's also, I'm not sure if it's even my place to speak culturally, because I am not Kanaka Maoli. But that said, environmentally, I think I do think there are facts that have been put out there by the agencies, and there are what I think in Eddie, I love you, but I think there's conjecture occurring, and I think that not everything you're saying is totally factual. And so I just think that it's important that we do get down to what is facts and what is not facts, or what is statements that may not be totally true. And I'm not saying you're lying in any way. I'm saying that perhaps there's other ways and other perspectives to look at some of the things that we're seeing. Thank you.
Okay. So, and this is a safe place for you to be able to say that. This is a conversation between us. And so I will bring up for the ash, our numbers come from the EPA paperwork, and that it is not 1-per-1. And we can provide that paperwork on there. That is an estimate from the Paradise Fires. And if you look at in the deeper paperwork to that, which I'll furnish to you, just so you can see that I'm not putting out false facts. And if there is something else in that, then please, enlighten me to that. But it's the EPA standard says the heaviest of the material is concrete. That's 900 pounds. Ash is about 600 pounds per cubic yard. So that consensus, I stand by that as fact. And that we can show you the paperwork from the EPA on that. So again, it is a safe place to argue, but I do want to stand by that because we've spent $40,000 on our document, and we've double, triple, quadruple checked our facts. And the math for the containers, the 7,000 containers, was with a 30% override in it. We made room for 30% on that. And if you look at the argument with the Corps of Engineers, they did the math wrong. That was pretty obvious. So I am curious to what facts I've misstated so that I can humble myself if I am incorrect in any facts on there. So is there something else that besides that? Because we can let the paperwork show itself, I feel like.
There's a lot of things that I could maybe answer differently when I heard it being said. So I think that, just to stick on the 1-to-1, I think that needs to be maybe discussed more with the agencies where they got that from, because they spent quite a bit of time in that council chamber after everyone had left and given their testimony and left. I watched it. And so they talked about it for a long time. So again, it's where does that one-to-one come from? They explained it. You're saying you have different math. I haven't seen that.
So it came from one guy at the Army Corps of Engineers. It came from
Well,
Colonel.
they said that they had gotten it from the folks who had worked on other fires prior to this one, and that number has come out to be consistent for their work.
So we looked at their paperwork and some of the estimates for that. So I think the best way for us to move forward, and we should continue this discussion later on, we should actually lay that paperwork on the table, because in that meeting, you did not have the scientists there. You had their public relations guys there. And these are the guys that they're spitting out and saying, oh, the same Corps of Army Engineers told us that the air particulate monitors would monitor asbestos and would monitor dioxins, which is entirely not true.
Well, DOH said that they're monitoring for 2.5 particulate matter, and because the contaminants that they're talking about, I cannot speak about the furans and the dioxins, et cetera, because those are really hard to test for, et cetera. But specifically the heavy metals and the metalloid arsenic, they were saying that they attach themselves to the particulates and they're about that size, so that if they are finding those particulates in the air monitors, that it would be detectable. Now, this is not my area of expertise, so I don't know. So I still have concerns, right, about like what's really in the air and people still getting headaches when the air monitors are clean. So I think that, I have a lot of the same questions. I have a lot of questions, and I'm not personally like just taking everything at face value, because having been in the government, and just anywhere, with statistics, anything can be manipulated. Any number can be manipulated. Any data can be manipulated to show in a certain way, to show certain results. That's just, we all know that. So, so that's why, in terms of the air monitors, I haven't seen where like Department of Health said something differently than what I said. Now, that said, if there's dioxins in the air, I don't know. And I don't think anybody will know based on those types of air monitors that are out there, right? And so then the question is, are they adequate? Are they sufficient for really knowing? But I guess it's really about I appreciate the opportunity to let's sit down with it all and hash it all out, because I just think that everyone's so afraid, and I want to just know what is real.
Tamara, I want to say this. What's really lovely, and I think is a symbol of what's not happened up until this point, is you coming here and engaging in a dialogue with the community who is afraid and who I think has some substantial reasons for being afraid. And you do have a level of expertise that can dawn some light where there maybe isn't. And this is all we're asking from our leaders. That's all we're asking, is to engage in a dialogue and to come to the table and look at the work that's been done. And, I've seen Eddie's shop. I've met some of the people Eddie's working with, and I think they're really bright. And they do have a futuristic look at things. And this is the kind of leadership we actually do need, even if nobody's right about everything all the time. We know that. So let's get together, because when we're together, we're stronger, we're better, we know more. And I just want to thank you for coming here, because this is what we need from our leadership. We need them to come and say, okay, this is how we ran these figures, and this is why we made this decision, and here are the contracts that we've engaged in and how we've procured those contracts, and here are the options for getting out of that or moving in a different direction. We're getting no communication, and the no communication creates a vacuum that becomes filled with fear and mistrust. I know you had something you wanted to say.
I know our time zone is out, but so one thing also, Tamara, I just wanted to really thank you, because honestly, you are the first person who has even commented on the $40,000 document sitting on the mayor's desk. They have not even once commented and said, oh, this may be wrong, it may be right. I'm a farmer. I'm spending money. I'm hiring scientists. I have a science background myself, but I am also trying to just say, hey, what are the facts and what are they not? So I commend you for showing up here, and I'm so respectful for it because this is what I need. This is what I've been asking for. If we're wrong, you're the leaders. Yeah, no, yeah, what we need, all of us. I'm sorry, but I just, for me personally, I put so much into it. I've been wanting the county or someone to tell me, no, Eddie, you're wrong, or no, you're right. So I've really needed that, and we have needed that as a community. So thank you so much. I'm gonna get off of.
Can I just make a real quick note? Earlier, Eddie, you mentioned that it's okay to argue. It's not okay to argue. I think it's okay to agree to disagree.
We call it kuka kuka.
Kuka kuka.
And that's different. You leave the room and you can voila out. You can talk story. Meaningful conversation.
Share something. Taking it, prioritizing, right? Get to a yard and say, okay, who are the suspects? Who do I first round up? Because as Olowalu is at the place where all of this is occurring in Lahaina, to me it is obvious that the issue of the political situation in the Hawaiian Islands is at the top. Is at the top of all of this. And as I've held that position, I'm just saying that this is important, so important, because not to say that, because if you're going to restore a government, that you're not going to have corruption, you're not going to have things like that, but that you will have a mechanism of you have a foundation of agreements or political stuff that you can follow up and you work with, and that just because Olowalu is a target now, tomorrow, where's the next target? There will be more targets, and there are more targets already on the books, because the issue of the political situation in the Hawaiian Islands hasn't been avoided. And this avoidance is obvious. They've left a trail, something you can follow up on. When the Congress 1920 says we're going to acknowledge ramifications, it has not been. The fires in Lahaina is a ramification that has not been. What is happening in Olowalu is a more severe. Now it's compounded to. If that's what is going to be allowed to continue, just take me out now. I mean, let's just get to the bottom of this. Okay, and that's so. I once again, and I say this not with arrogance, not with any type of vengeance or anything like that, but I see it as an issue that can be addressed and could have a substantial impact on where we are now and where we can prevent from going in the future. So that our mutual concerns for life, for humanity, we can, it may be just the issue that the world can gather a sense of unity around because of how beautiful it is and how quickly it is just being destroyed. With the question with the Evie, you can look at the ashes of removing them. When he mentioned it was like, well, look at all the people, Kanaka, who have left to live in Las Vegas. If they've left here, they've left their Evie behind. Yeah. And they say because it's not safe and it is an issue, sure, but we have to go on and we have to find a place where we can survive and be safe. Yeah. And I'm glad they're there because there's always tomorrow. I mean, it's not promised, but so I just wanted to bring that issue up. Respect for kupuna from Olowalu and kupuna around the world. Every people all around. It's just like one indigenous humanity. We all came from that, working with what we had, and the culture came, whether it's, potatoes or this and that. We are one indigenous humanity.
Yes, we are, Dad.
So anyway, this is really wonderful for me.
Yes. Thank you. And it seems like we have more to talk about and more kuka to have, and we'll have time for that. We'll create another session. Mahalo akaku for all of your support and being our community communications media, and we'll be back.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Thank you.
And I'll just reiterate what she said. Thank you, Akaku. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. We will be looking at all the questions that were put forward, and we'll make sure we get some answers out to you. Again, thank you, everyone.